The Russia-Ukraine conflict is not only a war of the present, it is the culmination of 1,000 years of intertwined history, empire, rebellion, and survival. To understand why Europe burns again, one must trace the story from the forests of Kievan Rus to the palaces of St. Petersburg, from Stalin's famines to the orange glow of Kiev's revolutions. This is the long war over memory, identity, and power, the story of two nations whose fates have always mirrored and opposed each other. This is the history of Russia and Ukraine, a struggle for the soul of the East. Long before the world spoke of Russia or Ukraine, the vast plains of Eastern Europe stretched unclaimed, a land of rivers and trade routes, forests and steppe. The Dnipro River, winding from the northern forests down to the Black Sea, was the artery of a civilization in the making. It carried merchants, monks, and warriors from Scandinavia to Byzantium, linking the cold north to the golden domes of Constantinople. Along its banks rose the city of Kiev, a settlement destined to become the cradle of both nations. In the 9th century, as Viking traders known as the Varangians moved south, legend says they were invited to bring order to the Slavic tribes. Their leader, Rurik, established his rule in Novgorod, and his descendant, Oleg the Wise, later captured Kiev around 882. Thus began Kievan Rus, a confederation of principalities that blended Norse vigor, Slavic resilience, and Byzantine faith. It was from this mixture that the first idea of Rus, a people, a polity, a destiny, was born. Kievan Rus was not yet Russia or Ukraine, but something older and broader. Its strength came from trade, its unity from faith. In 988, Prince Volodymyr the Great accepted Christianity from Byzantium, baptizing his realm in the waters of the Dnipro. This moment became the spiritual foundation for Eastern Slavic identity. The domes of Kiev's cathedrals mirrored those of Constantinople. Its script and rituals became the template for Orthodox civilization. In the centuries that followed, both Russians and Ukrainians would look back to this baptism as their origin, each claiming the legacy, each rewriting it. Kievan Rus flourished as a crossroads of cultures. Greek scholars, Arab merchants, and Norse warriors passed through its markets. Its princes intermarried with the royal families of Europe. Its laws codified order in a vast, multilingual realm. Kiev, glittering on its hills above the river, became known as the mother of Rus cities. Yet even in its glory lay the seeds of division. The realm's decentralized structure meant that each city principality, Kiev, Novgorod, Chernihiv, Smolensk, grew proud and independent. Unity rested not on bureaucracy, but on personal loyalty and shared belief. When that belief fractured, so too did the realm. By the 12th century, succession disputes and rivalries tore Kievan Rus apart. The Mongol invasions that swept through in the 13th century finished the destruction. Kiev was burned in 1240 by the armies of Batu Khan, its churches desecrated, its population slaughtered. The once mighty capital became a ruin under the yoke of the Golden Horde. In the north, however, new centers of power rose from the ashes. The city of Moscow, founded on the banks of the Moskva River, began as an outpost, but grew under the Mongols' shadow into something formidable. Its princes paid tribute, learned the art of centralized rule, and slowly gathered the fractured lands of Rus under their authority. While Moscow consolidated, the southern lands, the heart of modern Ukraine, followed a different path. Here, Mongol rule gave way to the influence of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and later the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Western laws, Catholic faith, and European culture mingled with Orthodox tradition. The Dnipro became not only a border of empires, but a boundary between civilizations. Kiev, rebuilt but diminished, found itself looking westward as much as eastward. The divergence had begun, Moscow as the heir to imperial autocracy, Ukraine as a frontier of freedom and pluralism. By the 15th century, Moscow's princes claimed the title of Grand Dukes of all Rus. They presented themselves as the true successors of Kievan Rus and the defenders of orthodoxy against both Catholic Europe and Mongol steppe. When Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, Moscow declared itself the Third Rome, the last bastion of true faith. With this claim came a sense of destiny. Under Ivan III, known as Ivan the Great, Moscow broke free from Mongol rule, absorbed rival principalities, and began to style itself not as a duchy, but an empire. Under his grandson, Ivan IV, the Terrible, the word Tsar entered use, a Slavic echo of Caesar. The Muscovite state built its identity on three pillars: faith, autocracy, and expansion. Its ideology fused divine right with territorial conquest, presenting every annexation as restoration. The southern and western lands, what would one day be Ukraine, were portrayed not as foreign, but as lost provinces of the ancient Rus. The narrative was powerful, and it endured. Centuries later, it would form the backbone of modern Russian propaganda, but in the 15th and 16th centuries, it was still myth-making in progress. Meanwhile, on the Ukrainian steppe, a new culture was being forged in resistance. Out of the chaos of frontier life emerged the Cossacks, free warriors, runaway peasants, adventurers who lived by the sword and the river. They built communities known as Sich along the Dnipro, governed by councils rather than kings. Their democracy was rough but real, their faith orthodox, their spirit defiant. They fought Turks, Tatars, and Poles alike, yet maintained a fierce sense of independence. To the empires surrounding them, they were both threat and myth, the untamed sons of the borderlands. The relationship between Moscow and these southern lands grew increasingly complex. The Tsars viewed the Cossacks as both kin and rebels, orthodox brothers who refused submission. Western powers saw them as potential allies against Russian expansion. Ukraine, caught between, learned to navigate survival through balance and resistance. Its people absorbed influences from East and West, blending Slavic, Polish, and Tatar traditions into a culture both hybrid and unique. The language evolved with a melodic softness distinct from Russian. The songs carried nostalgia for freedom, and the folk art celebrated color amid hardship. By the early 17th century, the idea of Little Russia began to appear in Muscovite documents, a diminutive term implying paternal ownership. Yet among the Cossacks, poets, and priests of Kiev, a different notion simmered, that of a distinct nation, descended from Kievan Rus but not bound to Moscow's destiny. The struggle between these visions, empire and independence, had begun to take shape. When the Khmelnytsky uprising erupted in 1648, led by Cossack hetman Bohdan Khmelnytsky against Polish rule, it transformed the political map of Eastern Europe. Seeking protection from overwhelming Polish retaliation, Khmelnytsky signed the Treaty of Pereyaslav in 1654, aligning the Cossack hetmanate with Moscow. It was a desperate alliance, not submission. But Moscow interpreted it differently, as the return of Ukraine to the fold of Mother Russia. From that misreading, centuries of tension were born. As Muscovy evolved into the Russian Empire, the southern lands were gradually absorbed, their autonomy curtailed. The Cossack hosts that had once embodied freedom were tamed, reorganized, and used as frontier soldiers for the Tsar. Kiev became once again a sacred symbol, celebrated in Russian chronicles as the ancient mother, even as its sons and daughters were denied self-rule. History was rewritten to serve conquest. The myth of shared origin, of one people divided only by accident, became the foundation of imperial legitimacy. By the dawn of the 18th century, Peter the Great crowned Moscow's centuries-long ascent. He moved the capital to St. Petersburg, built on Baltic marshes as Russia's window to Europe, and declared the birth of an empire that would stretch from the Arctic to the Black Sea. The idea of Russia as both European and unique, modern yet autocratic, took form under his rule. But with every step of expansion, the memory of Kiev, the first heart of Rus, was both honored and appropriated. Ukraine's story was now inseparable from the empire's ambition, and its freedom would forever be measured against that ambition. Thus ended the first millennium of shared history. One land, two destinies. From the waters of the Dnipro to the walls of the Kremlin, the stage was set for the long struggle that would define Eastern Europe, the struggle not just for territory, but for truth itself. By the early 18th century, the destinies of Russia and Ukraine were already entangled beyond separation, yet their trajectories could not have been more different. Russia was rising, a centralized autocracy with imperial ambitions stretching from the Baltic to the Pacific. Ukraine was fragmenting, its independence eroded, its spirit constrained, but its culture alive in songs and scriptures. The centuries ahead would transform both lands, binding them in domination, rebellion, and memory. Under Peter the Great, the Tsardom that had once claimed descent from Kievan Rus became a modern empire. Peter understood power as spectacle and machinery. He dragged Russia toward Europe with brutal efficiency, shaving beards, reforming armies, founding shipyards, and enforcing the rhythms of Western bureaucracy. In 1703, he built a new capital, St. Petersburg, a city of stone and ambition, looking west across the Baltic. It was a symbolic relocation of Russia's gaze from the Orthodox steppes toward Enlightenment Europe. Yet even as Peter looked westward, his empire expanded south, consuming the remnants of Cossack autonomy along the Dnipro. The Cossack hetmanate, which had once stood as a semi-independent buffer between Moscow and Poland, found its privileges curtailed. After Hetman Ivan Mazepa dared to ally with Sweden's Charles XII during the Great Northern War 1708, Peter's vengeance was swift. The Cossack capital of Baturin was destroyed, its population massacred. Mazepa, once Peter's ally, became a symbol of betrayal in Russian memory and a martyr of freedom in Ukrainian legend. The duality endured, every act of defiance recorded as treachery in Moscow's chronicles and as heroism in Ukraine's songs. The 1709 Battle of Poltava marked not only Sweden's fall as a great power, but also the cementing of Russian dominance in Eastern Europe. Peter's victory transformed him into a modern Caesar, while Ukraine's autonomy evaporated. The Hetmanate was reorganized under imperial oversight. The Cossack hosts were brought under strict control. By mid-century, the word Little Russia was no longer descriptive. It was administrative, a name imposed by empire. The slow erasure of distinct Ukrainian governance had begun. Yet in the quiet villages of Poltava, Chernihiv, and Kyiv, identity persisted. The Orthodox Church, now subordinated to the Russian Holy Synod, became both a tool of assimilation and a vessel of memory. Monasteries such as the Kiev-Pechersk Lavra preserved chronicles and folklore that spoke of a time before subjugation. The Ukrainian language, though suppressed in official use, survived in oral tradition, in lullabies, laments, and the songs of wandering Kobzars who played the bandura and sang of lost freedom. Culture became resistance, carried not by armies but by voices. The 18th century also brought new powers and new partitions. As Poland weakened under internal chaos, Russia, Prussia, and Austria divided its territories in three great partitions, 1772 to 1795. For Ukraine, these partitions were decisive. The western lands of Galicia fell under Austrian rule, while central and eastern Ukraine became fully absorbed into the Russian Empire. The line dividing the two would one day divide worldviews: the Habsburg West, where Ukrainian identity could breathe, and the Russian East, where it suffocated beneath empire. Under Catherine the Great, Russia reached the zenith of its imperial confidence. A German-born empress ruling a Slavic empire, Catherine saw herself as the heir to both Peter's modernization and Byzantium's sacred mission. Her armies swept southward, defeating the Ottoman Turks and annexing Crimea in 1783, a conquest that resounded through the centuries. For Russia, Crimea was a triumph, a warm water port that fulfilled Peter's old dream. For Ukraine, it was the tightening of chains. The Black Sea coast that had been Cossack territory now bore the banners of St. Petersburg. In the same decade, Catherine formally abolished the Zaporozhian Sich, the last free Cossack stronghold. Its leaders were exiled, its traditions dispersed, its memory romanticized but forbidden. The frontier of freedom had closed. Catherine's rule also brought colonization disguised as civilization. The fertile steppes of southern Ukraine, renamed Novorossiya or New Russia, were settled by Russian nobles, German farmers, and Greek merchants. Cities like Odessa, Kherson, and Mykolaiv were founded as imperial ports, their architecture European, but their foundations laid on Cossack graves. The empire prided itself on enlightenment, yet its progress was built on erasure. Ukrainian peasants were bound in serfdom, their language excluded from schools, their identity absorbed into a narrative of unity under the Tsar. It was here that the imperial myth solidified, that Russia and Ukraine were not two nations but one people under one crown. Still, history is never so obedient. Beneath the veneer of empire, the Ukrainian spirit adapted, surviving in forms the autocracy could not comprehend. Folk culture became a quiet form of rebellion. In taverns and villages, people told stories of Mazepa, the traitor hero, of Bohdan Khmelnytsky, the founder who sought alliance but gained subjugation, and of the Zaporozhians, the free men who laughed at kings. Each tale was a coded assertion. We were here before empire, and we will be hereafter. The empire collected taxes, the people collected memory. In the broader world, Enlightenment ideas were sweeping through Europe: liberty, equality, and the rights of man. In Russia, these words were both studied and feared. The Tsars embraced progress in science, but rejected it in politics. When the French Revolution erupted in 1789, Catherine's court trembled at the thought of contagion. Yet in the Ukrainian heartland, where oppression was older than philosophy, such ideas found fertile ground. Peasants and intellectuals alike began to dream of autonomy, not necessarily separation, but dignity. The 19th century dawned with empires at their zenith, but principles in question. Napoleon's invasion of Russia in 1812 would further entangle Ukrainian destiny. As French troops crossed the Niemen River, Ukrainian regiments fought in defense of the same empire that denied them identity. They fought because their homes lay on the path of destruction, because survival has always been Ukraine's first patriotism. When Napoleon fell, the Tsars proclaimed Russia the savior of Europe. Yet the seeds of revolution, sown by soldiers who had glimpsed Paris and freedom, began to germinate in secret societies and whispered conversations. In the decades that followed, the empire oscillated between reform and repression. The Decembrist revolt of 1825, led by officers demanding a constitution, failed but left a legacy of defiance. Many of its leaders had Ukrainian roots. One, Pavlo Pestel, envisioned a federative republic that included Ukraine as an equal. Their rebellion was crushed, their ideals banned, but the thought of freedom refused to die. Literature became its sanctuary. It was in this atmosphere that Taras Shevchenko, born a serf in 1814, rose to become the voice of a nation. His poetry, written in Ukrainian, celebrated the land and condemned tyranny. His masterpiece, Kobzar, published in 1840, awakened a sleeping consciousness. Shevchenko's verses spoke not of empire, but of home. The rivers, the fields, the mothers waiting for sons who never returned. He was exiled by the Tsar for his words, yet his legacy outlived all his jailers. Through Shevchenko, Ukraine found its language again. As the century progressed, nationalism swept across Europe like a storm. The revolutions of 1848 shook thrones from Vienna to Paris. In the Austrian-ruled West, Ukrainian intellectuals gained a brief taste of political awakening, forming cultural associations and newspapers. In the Russian East, the response was censorship and surveillance. The Valuev Circular of 1863 and the Ems Ukaz of 1876 banned publications in Ukrainian, declaring the language non-existent. It was an attempt to erase a people through grammar. But languages do not die quietly. They retreat into lullabies, only to re-emerge in songs of war. The latter half of the 19th century saw both nations, though one denied, enter the industrial age. Coal and steel transformed Donbass, railways stitched together cities and ports, and Kiev regained importance as a commercial hub. Yet modernization deepened contradictions. In Russia, serfdom was abolished in 1861. But freedom came with debt and disappointment. In Ukraine, peasants gained land but lost autonomy. Industry flourished but ownership remained in imperial hands. Progress was measured in kilometers of rail and tons of coal, not in justice. By century's end, the cracks in empire were widening. National movements stirred across Europe, and in Ukraine, the question that had slept for centuries awoke again. Who are we? The answer was whispered in classrooms, encoded in church sermons, smuggled in books from Lviv. Russia called these ideas separatist. Ukrainians called them memory. Between them lay the fault line that would soon shake the world. By the final decades of the 19th century, the long shadow of empire covered every inch of Eastern Europe. The Russian Empire, vast and self-assured, ruled over more than 100 ethnic groups, yet beneath its size lay anxiety. The Tsars proclaimed unity, but diversity was their deepest fear. And nowhere did that fear concentrate more sharply than in the fertile lands of Ukraine, a region they claimed as their historical cradle, yet whose people increasingly remembered themselves differently. The contradictions of empire were now visible to all. The Industrial Revolution brought railways, telegraphs, and cities filled with factories, but it also carried unrest. The coal mines of Donbass, the sugar mills of Poltava, and the shipyards of Odessa filled the empire's coffers, yet the workers who toiled there saw little of the profit. Poverty and exploitation bred consciousness. The ideas of Marx and Engels, smuggled in pamphlets, whispered in dormitories, took root not only in Russian cities like St. Petersburg but in Kiev, Kharkiv, and Mykolaiv. Revolution was still only a rumor, but the air itself seemed charged with inevitability. For Ukrainians, the 19th century was a paradox of rebirth and repression. The Tsar's policies of Russification sought to erase difference. Schools taught the Russian language exclusively. Church sermons were standardized. Even the word Ukraine was avoided in official documents. Yet precisely because of these pressures, identity deepened underground. In the western city of Lviv, under Austrian rule, Ukrainian culture flourished more freely. Writers, linguists, and priests formed societies to preserve folklore, publish newspapers, and promote education. The scholar Mikhailo Hrushevsky, a historian of extraordinary influence, began to rewrite history itself, arguing that Ukraine, not Moscow, was the true heir of Kievan Rus. His History of Ukraine Rus, published in multiple volumes, became both scholarship and revolution. These ideas spread eastward through secret societies, student circles, and traveling theater troupes. The Ukrainian language, outlawed in the Russian Empire, reappeared in disguised forms, in song lyrics, religious texts, and coded letters. What had been forbidden became sacred, and though repression was severe, the empire could not suppress the human instinct to belong. Beneath the surface of imperial loyalty, a quiet nationalism matured, rooted not in armies, but in memory. Meanwhile, Russia itself was changing faster than its rulers could comprehend. The reforms of Alexander II, the emancipation of the serfs, the creation of local councils, zemstvos, and judicial modernization had briefly suggested that autocracy might evolve. But his assassination in 1881 ended that hope. His successors, Alexander III and Nicholas II, embraced reaction. The Orthodox Church, the army, and the secret police became the triad of control. Yet even repression had limits. The empire's railways connected more than goods. They connected grievances. Across the empire, peasants, workers, and minorities began to realize that their suffering shared the same source. The revolution of 1905, the first great tremor before the collapse, brought strikes, mutinies, and demonstrations. In Kyiv, protesters filled the streets. In Odessa, sailors on the battleship Potemkin mutinied. The rebellion was crushed, but not forgotten. In its aftermath, the Tsar reluctantly permitted a parliament, the Duma, and limited press freedom. For the first time, Ukrainian representatives spoke openly of autonomy. Newspapers printed in the native tongue reappeared. The empire trembled, then stiffened. At the same time, geopolitics was shifting. The 19th century's Eastern question, the fate of the Ottoman Empire's lands, drew both Russia and Austria into Balkan rivalries. Each sought influence among Slavic peoples, framing themselves as protectors. But while Russian diplomats proclaimed brotherhood, their armies enforced hierarchy. For Ukrainians, this hypocrisy was glaring. Moscow preached pan-Slavic unity abroad while crushing Slavic identity at home. The empire's claim to universality was fraying under the weight of its contradictions. By the dawn of the 20th century, the winds of modernity howled through the steppes. Telegraph lines hummed, newspapers multiplied, and literacy spread. Peasants who had once known only seasons now read about parliaments and wars. The 1905 revolution had awakened something permanent, the sense that change was possible. In the universities of Kiev and Kharkiv, students debated socialism and self-determination. In rural villages, peasants spoke the forbidden word Ukraina with pride again. A sense of destiny, long suppressed, began to flicker. The First World War would turn that flicker into fire. When the guns of Europe roared in 1914, the Russian Empire marched to defend its Slavic brethren in Serbia, unaware that the war would consume its own foundations. Ukraine became a battlefield once more, split between empires. The western lands under Austria-Hungary saw the rise of Ukrainian regiments fighting for Vienna, while the eastern territories under Russia were conscripted into the Tsar's army. Families were divided by front lines, brothers by allegiance. The old wounds of geography reopened. As the war dragged on, hunger and exhaustion spread. In 1917, after years of bloodshed, the empire imploded. The February Revolution toppled the Tsar. The October Revolution brought the Bolsheviks to power. In the chaos, Ukraine declared independence, the dream long deferred suddenly real. The Central Rada, led by Hrushevsky, proclaimed the Ukrainian People's Republic in Kyiv. Flags once banned flew openly. Soldiers who had fought under the Tsar now swore loyalty to a new nation. For a brief, shining moment, the centuries of subjugation seemed to end. But history, as always, was crueler. The Bolsheviks, preaching proletarian unity but practicing conquest, invaded Ukraine in 1918. German armies entered from the west. Polish forces advanced from the northwest. Kyiv changed hands multiple times in a single year. The dream of independence drowned in the tides of war. By 1921, the Treaty of Riga partitioned Ukrainian lands between Soviet Russia and Poland. The Ukrainian People's Republic was erased, but not forgotten. Its brief existence had planted a seed that would sprout again in every generation to come. As the dust settled, two Ukraines emerged, one under Polish rule, struggling for cultural rights, the other absorbed into the new Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The Soviet leadership claimed continuity with Kievan Rus, adopting the rhetoric of brotherhood under socialism. But the old imperial reflex remained. Ukraine was to be a province, not a partner. Lenin promised equality of nations, yet Moscow's control deepened. The red flag replaced the double-headed eagle, but the hierarchy beneath remained. And so ended the first great act of the Russia-Ukraine story. From shared baptism to divided sovereignty, from mythic origins to modern nations in collision. 1,000 years of kinship had hardened into competition. The Dnipro, once the river of unity, had become a frontier of fate. The next chapter would be written not in legend, but in ideology. The age of empire had passed, and the age of revolution had begun. But the question remained the same, the question that had haunted every generation since the fall of Kiev to the Mongols. Who owns the story of Rus? The revolutions of 1917 shattered an empire and unleashed an idea. What began in the frozen streets of Petrograd spread like wildfire through every corner of the old Russian realm, igniting hopes and terrors in equal measure. Among the lands caught in that firestorm was Ukraine, a country that had long existed in shadow, now suddenly thrust into the blinding light of history. The fall of the Tsar was not simply the end of a dynasty. It was the collapse of the entire structure that had kept Ukraine bound to Moscow for centuries. When Nicholas II abdicated in March 1917, the empire he left behind was already disintegrating. Soldiers deserted, peasants seized land, and power slipped through the fingers of the provisional government in Petrograd. In Kiev, as news spread of revolution, thousands gathered on the streets carrying both Russian tricolours and yellow-blue Ukrainian banners. The people were uncertain of what would follow, but they were certain of what they wanted: recognition. Out of that moment was born the Central Rada, a council of intellectuals, peasants, soldiers, and clergy who sought autonomy within a federated Russia. Their vision was not secession, but self-government, an echo of the old Cossack democracy reborn in modern form. The Rada's first universal, its declaration, called for federalism and local control. Its second demanded wider rights, including language and land reform. But as Petrograd drifted from chaos to Bolshevism, Kiev's aspirations hardened into independence. By November 1917, when Lenin's Bolsheviks seized power in Petrograd, the Rada proclaimed the Ukrainian People's Republic, Ukrainska Narodna Respublika, or UPR. The proclamation was greeted with cheers in Kiev, but suspicion in Moscow. To the Bolsheviks, the UPR was not a liberation movement, but a bourgeois obstacle to global revolution. They claimed to support national self-determination, yet in practice recognized only those nations willing to submit to their ideology. By December 1917, the conflict had turned military. Red Guards marched into Ukraine under the banner of the all-Ukrainian Soviet government, established in Kharkiv as a rival authority. Kiev, meanwhile, became the stage of revolution's contradictions: socialist against socialist, idealism against power. The Ukrainian army, newly formed, poorly armed, faced the organized fury of the Bolshevik forces. The city of Kharkiv fell quickly, followed by Poltava. In January 1918, Bolshevik troops advanced on Kiev itself. The battle for Kiev was brief but symbolic. At a small railway station called Kharkiv, a detachment of Ukrainian student volunteers, the Battle of Kruty, attempted to delay the Bolsheviks. Most of them were teenagers. They were outnumbered and outgunned, yet they held their ground long enough for the government to evacuate. When they were finally captured, many were executed on the spot. Their sacrifice became legend, the martyrdom of youth for a nation barely born. In Ukrainian memory, Kruty stands alongside Thermopylae, not for victory but for courage. In February 1918, Kiev fell to the Red Army. The Central Rada fled westward. Yet history's chaos had no patience for occupiers. Within weeks, Germany, seeking to stabilize the Eastern Front after Russia's withdrawal from World War I, intervened under the terms of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. German and Austrian forces entered Ukraine, expelled the Bolsheviks, and installed Hetman Pavlo Skoropadsky, a conservative aristocrat, as head of state. Under his brief regime, order returned, but liberty vanished. Land reforms were reversed, dissent suppressed. To some, he was a stabilizer, to most, a puppet. When Germany collapsed at the end of 1918, Skoropadsky fell with it. The Ukrainian People's Republic was restored under new leadership, Simon Petliura, a socialist and military organizer. But the surrounding storm had only grown. The Polish army advanced from the west. The White Russians under Anton Denikin fought from the south, seeking to restore the Tsar. And the Bolsheviks, now victorious in Moscow, returned from the north. The land became a checkerboard of shifting fronts, alliances, and betrayals. Villages changed hands 5 times in a month. The countryside bled from famine, typhus, and requisition. Yet even amid devastation, the idea of Ukrainian independence refused to die. In 1919, the Bolsheviks launched a full-scale offensive. Their message to Ukrainians was seductive: equality, land to the peasants, and protection from landlords and foreign armies. To a population exhausted by war and hunger, these promises seemed salvation. Many joined willingly, others resisted fiercely. The Red Army captured Kiev again in early 1919, lost it to the Whites, retook it months later, lost it once more, and finally secured it by the year's end. The cycle of conquest and loss mirrored the larger chaos of the Russian Civil War, a struggle not just for power, but for the very meaning of revolution. Within this maelstrom, an unexpected figure rose: Nestor Makhno, an anarchist commander from southern Ukraine. Leading a peasant army known as the Black Army, Makhno fought for neither Bolshevik nor White, but for a stateless, self-governing Ukraine. His forces operated with guerrilla precision, defeating both imperial and revolutionary armies at different times. For a brief moment, the free territory under Makhno embodied the dream of peasant liberty. But ideology proved no shield against geopolitics. Once the Bolsheviks secured power elsewhere, they turned on Makhno, crushing his movement by 1921. The revolution had consumed its wildest child. By that year, the exhaustion was absolute. The Ukrainian People's Republic, exiled and defeated, survived only on paper. The Treaty of Riga, 1921, between Soviet Russia and Poland, divided Ukrainian lands. The west, Galicia and Volhynia, went to Poland. The center and east became part of the newly formed Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, UKSSR, a founding member of the Soviet Union. Officially, Ukraine now had a state, its own government, constitution, and symbols. In reality, power flowed from Moscow. Independence had been replaced by incorporation. The Bolsheviks justified their dominance as internationalism. They spoke of fraternity, of the working class united beyond borders. But beneath the slogans lay a familiar structure: centralization, hierarchy, and control. Lenin's doctrine of democratic centralism made regional autonomy a fiction. Local Soviets existed, but their authority depended on loyalty to the Communist Party. Ukraine's grain fed Russia's cities, its coal-powered Russian industry. The new empire spoke the language of equality, yet behaved as the old one always had. Still, in the early years, there was a flicker of hope. Lenin's policy of indigenization, korenizatsiya, encouraged non-Russian languages and cultures to flourish within the Soviet framework. In Ukraine, this meant schools and universities taught in Ukrainian, writers published freely, and cultural renaissance bloomed. The 1920s became known as the Ukrainian Renaissance. a period of remarkable creativity in literature, art, and theatre. Kyiv and Kharkiv buzzed with experimentation, blending avant-garde modernism with folk tradition. The dream of a socialist Ukraine, distinct yet loyal, seemed for a time achievable. But Lenin's death in 1924 would end that fragile balance. The man who succeeded him, Joseph Stalin, saw diversity not as strength, but as threat. For Stalin, unity meant uniformity, and autonomy meant disobedience. Under his rule, the Soviet Union would transform from revolutionary experiment to totalitarian state, and Ukraine from participant to captive. The revolution that had begun with promises of freedom would descend into one of the darkest chapters of modern history. As the 1920s closed, the Ukrainian countryside, scarred by years of war and famine, was once again being drawn into Moscow's designs. The grain that grew in its black soil would soon become a weapon. The peasants who had fought for land would soon be starved upon it. The stage was set for a tragedy so vast that it would redefine the very word, Holodomor. The 1920s ended with the illusion of progress. In cities like Kyiv and Kharkiv, posters proclaimed the triumph of socialism. Workers smiling, tractors shining, wheat rising like golden walls. The rhetoric was radiant, the reality was not. Beneath the surface, fear was already taking root. The new Soviet state had stabilized its borders, crushed its enemies, and begun to rebuild, but its soul was hardening. The revolutionary dream was giving way to something colder and far more absolute: Stalinism. Joseph Stalin, who consolidated power after Lenin's death in 1924, saw the Soviet Union not as a collection of nations but as a single organism. Its strength measured by obedience, its lifeblood by grain and steel. The idea of a Ukrainian path to socialism was anathema to him. Ukraine's size, its fertile land, and its strong national identity made it both indispensable and dangerous. In Stalin's mind, it had to be broken, rebuilt, and subdued. The first weapon of control was collectivization. Private farms were abolished, replaced by collective ones, the kolkhozy, in which peasants worked not for themselves but for the state. The policy was sold as modernization, the replacement of backward peasants with socialist farmers. In truth, it was expropriation on a scale unseen in modern Europe. Grain quotas were set impossibly high. Those who resisted surrendering their land or livestock were branded kulaks, class enemies to be eliminated. In Ukraine, where attachment to land ran deep, resistance was widespread. Families hid grain, slaughtered animals, and fled to cities. The response from Moscow was brutal. Between 1929 and 1932, millions were deported to labor camps in Siberia and Central Asia. Entire villages were emptied. The countryside that had once been the breadbasket of Europe became a landscape of terror. Soviet officials, many of them outsiders, arrived to enforce quotas with rifles and ledgers. They confiscated grain, seed, and even food for children. Trains carried Ukraine's harvest northward, feeding the industrial centers of Russia while the fields that produced it withered with hunger. The Holodomor, literally death by hunger, was not an accident of weather or war. It was a policy. In 1932, when reports of famine began to spread, Stalin's government sealed Ukraine's borders to prevent peasants from escaping or seeking aid. Internal passports were introduced to restrict movement. The regime denied the existence of famine even as millions starved. By 1933, entire regions were silent. Eyewitnesses spoke of people eating bark, pets, and finally, one another. In some villages, not a single child survived. The official Soviet line called it food difficulties. The reality was genocide. Estimates vary, but historians place the death toll between 3.5 and 5 million Ukrainians in just 2 years. The famine struck Kazakhstan and parts of Russia as well, but its focus, its deliberate intensity, fell upon Ukraine. Stalin saw famine as a tool to crush what he called the nationalist deviation. The countryside had resisted collectivization. Now it was to be pacified through hunger. Even the Ukrainian Communist Party, once semi-autonomous, was purged. Writers, teachers, and local officials who had championed the Ukrainian language in the 1920s were arrested as counter-revolutionaries. The Renaissance that had flourished only years earlier was annihilated. Culture itself became contraband. In the cities, survival was relative. Urban populations, though suffering shortages, were at least fed by the state. Propaganda hid the catastrophe from the world. Foreign journalists, carefully guided by Soviet minders, reported glowing accounts of progress. The most infamous among them, Walter Duranty of the New York Times, dismissed reports of famine as exaggerations, repeating the Kremlin's lie that conditions are bad but not desperate. The truth, however, seeped through in smuggled letters, secret photos, and survivor testimony. Western diplomats who traveled through the region described skeletal figures lying in train stations, children too weak to cry, entire villages deserted. The Holodomor was a silence so vast it deafened those who survived. The political purpose was achieved. By 1934, collectivization was complete. The peasantry, the bedrock of Ukrainian identity, was shattered. Land belonged to the state. Loyalty to the party became law. Ukraine's grain once again flowed to Moscow, but its autonomy was dead. The price of industrial progress was measured in human lives. At the same time, Stalin unleashed a second assault, this time on memory itself. The 1930s brought the Great Purge, a campaign of arrests, show trials, and executions that consumed the very generation of revolutionaries who had built the Soviet Union. In Ukraine, it struck with particular ferocity. The intelligentsia, writers, artists, scientists were accused of nationalism and espionage. The poet Mykola Kivilovy, a leading voice of the Ukrainian Renaissance, committed suicide in 1933, leaving a note that read, "Long live the Soviet Ukraine without Moscow's overseers." His death became symbolic of a generation extinguished. Others followed, shot in basements, buried in unmarked graves, or sent to the Gulag. The purge was not only political cleansing, it was cultural sterilization. In Kiev, the House of Writers, once vibrant with creativity, became a place of dread. Each night, cars from the secret police, the NKVD, would arrive. Neighbors listened for footsteps, waiting to see whose door would knock next. Survivors later called it the executed Renaissance, a term that captured both the brilliance and the annihilation of a people's rebirth. Ukraine had been forced into silence, its voice replaced by Moscow's echo. Yet even under terror, resistance persisted in whispers. Folk songs preserved forbidden truths. Churches, though persecuted, continued baptisms in secret. Parents taught children the old words quietly, at risk of imprisonment. Memory became the last refuge of freedom. The Soviet state could command labor and language, but not conscience. By the late 1930s, Stalin's grip was total. The Ukrainian SSR was a republic in name only, ruled by commissars loyal to the Kremlin. The famine was never acknowledged. Its victims were erased from official statistics. The archives were sealed, the graves unmarked. In Moscow, Stalin prepared for the next phase of his plan, industrial and military supremacy. The cities of the Donbass roared with new factories. The Dnipro hydroelectric dam stood as a monument to progress. The cost of that progress lay buried in unmarked fields. Outside the Soviet Union, the world had little understanding of what had occurred. The Great Depression consumed the West. The rise of fascism in Germany and Italy drew attention elsewhere. Stalin, posing as defender of peace, signed trade agreements and joined the League of Nations. Few wanted to believe that a famine engineered by policy could exist in modern Europe. The silence of the 1930s became complicity by omission. Inside Ukraine, the trauma settled deep into collective memory. Families avoided speaking of those years, even to their children. The famine became a ghost, unseen, unnamed, yet omnipresent. It shaped a national psyche defined by endurance and mistrust, by an instinct to hide truth as protection. That silence would persist for generations, resurfacing only after the Soviet Union itself began to crumble decades later. By 1939, when Stalin turned his gaze westward toward Poland, the work of internal conquest was complete. Ukraine, once rebellious and restless, had been tamed through terror. Its people had been taught that survival depended on submission. But as the New World War approached, the old geography of vulnerability returned. Ukraine's soil, soaked with blood and grain alike, was about to become Europe's battlefield once more. The famine had destroyed bodies. The coming war would test souls. And in that war, Ukraine would once again stand at the crossroads of empires, forced to choose between evils and to find meaning amid devastation. The rumble of tanks in 1939 marked the end of one nightmare and the beginning of another. Europe, already trembling under the rise of fascism, was about to become a graveyard of nations. For Ukraine, the Second World War was not a single story of occupation and liberation, but a series of overlapping invasions, each bearing a different flag, each demanding loyalty, each leaving ruins behind. Between 1939 and 1945, Ukraine would lose more lives than any other European land, becoming both battlefield and burial ground for two totalitarian empires. When Stalin and Hitler signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in August 1939, the world was stunned. The agreement, cloaked as a non-aggression treaty, secretly divided Eastern Europe into spheres of influence. Within weeks, Germany invaded Poland from the west, and the Soviet Union marched from the east. The line of division ran through the heart of historic Ukraine. For Stalin, the pact was pragmatic, an opportunity to reclaim the lands lost after World War I. For Ukraine, it was déjà vu, once again partitioned between foreign powers, once again forced to survive by adaptation. The Soviet occupation of Western Ukraine, 1939 to 1941, was swift and ruthless. The Red Army entered Lviv to mixed reactions. Some locals welcomed them as liberators from Polish rule, while others saw them as conquerors. Moscow's new administrators wasted no time consolidating control. Private property was nationalized. Schools and newspapers were Sovietized. Thousands of Polish officials and Ukrainian nationalists were deported to Siberia. In 1940, Soviet forces annexed Bukovina and Bessarabia, pushing Ukraine's borders to their largest extent in centuries. The map had changed, but the old fear remained. For less than 2 years, Stalin ruled all of Ukraine, but he ruled it with paranoia. The NKVD filled prisons with class enemies, executing thousands in secret. Villages that had survived the famine now endured collectivization anew. And then, without warning, the regime that claimed to be eternal was swept aside by its own ally. On June 22, 1941, Germany launched Operation Barbarossa, the largest invasion in history. 3 million German soldiers crossed the Soviet border. Hitler's war was not only military, it was ideological, a crusade for land and race. In his mind, Ukraine was the heart of Lebensraum, the living space for the Aryan future. Its black soil would feed the Reich, its people would serve or perish. Within days, German forces had overrun western Ukraine. Lviv fell on June 30th, Kiev by September. The speed of the collapse stunned the world. The Soviet army, still reeling from Stalin's purges of its officers, disintegrated under the assault. In the chaos of retreat, the Soviets left a trail of executions, prisoners shot in cells, files burned, cities abandoned. When the Germans entered, they found the corpses left behind, and Nazi propaganda eagerly displayed them as evidence of Bolshevik barbarism. Yet the new occupiers brought horrors of their own. The German occupation of Ukraine became one of the most brutal campaigns of the war. The Wehrmacht was followed by the SS and Einsatzgruppen, whose orders were clear: destroy the Jews, the communists, the intelligentsia, anyone who might resist. Within weeks, mass shootings began. At Babin Yar, a ravine outside Kiev, more than 33,000 Jews were executed over 2 days in September 1941. It was not an anomaly, but a template. Thousands of similar massacres followed across the occupied territories. Ukraine's Jewish population, once one of the largest in Europe, was almost annihilated. Roma, Soviet prisoners of war, and civilians joined them in the killing fields. The land itself seemed to bleed. For non-Jewish Ukrainians, life under German rule was a paradox of suffering and delusion. Some initially welcomed the invaders as liberators from Stalin, believing German promises of autonomy. But such hopes were crushed quickly. The Reichskommissariat Ukraine, established by Nazi authorities, ruled through terror and exploitation. Food and labor were requisitioned for the German war effort. Millions of Ukrainians were deported as Ostarbeiter, forced laborers, to factories in Germany. Entire villages were burned in reprisals against partisans. The occupation was colonial in the purest sense, extraction and extermination. Yet amid ruin, resistance began. In the forests of Volhynia and the Carpathians, the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, UPA, formed under the banner of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, OUN. Their goal was independence, their enemies all who denied it, Nazis, Soviets, and Poles alike. Their struggle was both heroic and tragic. They fought for a free Ukraine but committed atrocities of their own, including ethnic cleansing against Polish civilians. History remembers them with ambivalence, freedom fighters to some, extremists to others. In war, purity is a luxury no nation retains. Meanwhile, the Red Army, though shattered, began to recover. Stalin, stunned by Hitler's betrayal, transformed the Soviet war effort into a patriotic crusade. The same nationalism he had once suppressed became a weapon of survival. Propaganda invoked the defense of Mother Russia, but millions of Ukrainians fought and died in the ranks of that army. Cities like Kharkiv, Odessa, and Sevastopol changed hands multiple times, each battle leaving mountains of dead. The siege of Stalingrad, though fought farther east, turned the tide of the war, and many of its soldiers were Ukrainian. Their names rarely appeared in Soviet films, but their blood was in the victory. In 1943, as the Red Army advanced westward, Ukraine became the crucible of retribution. The Battle of Kursk, the largest tank battle in history, marked the irreversible decline of the Wehrmacht. By November, Soviet forces liberated Kyiv. Liberation, however, came with vengeance. The NKVD returned, purging those accused of collaboration, real or imagined. Anyone who had survived German rule risked arrest as a traitor. The logic of terror had no nationality. It simply changed uniforms. By 1944, as the Germans retreated, Ukraine lay in ruins. More than 7 million Ukrainians, soldiers and civilians, had perished. Entire cities were flattened, industries destroyed, families erased. The Holocaust had decimated centuries of Jewish life. Villages that once hummed with Yiddish vanished from the map. In western Ukraine, guerrilla warfare continued between the UPA and Soviet forces long after Germany's defeat. For many Ukrainians, the war never truly ended. It merely shifted from foreign occupation to domestic repression. When the Red Army captured Berlin in May 1945, Stalin emerged as one of history's victors. The Soviet Union had saved Europe from fascism, but at immeasurable cost. In the post-war narrative crafted by Moscow, Ukraine was presented as an inseparable part of the Soviet heroism story. Monuments rose in Kiev depicting soldiers and workers united under the hammer and sickle. The famine was forgotten, the purges unmentioned. The official myth left no room for complexity, no space for mourning the millions who had died under both flags. Yet beneath the myth, the truth lingered. The war had changed Ukraine irreversibly. The eastern regions, heavily industrialized and Russified during the Soviet reconstruction, became the empire's economic engine. The western regions, annexed from Poland after the war, became its conscience, restless, resistant, remembering. Between them stretched a nation divided by memory, one part looking to Moscow for order, the other to Europe for freedom. The seeds of future conflict had been sown in the ashes of victory. For Stalin, the war's end was not peace, but opportunity. He expanded the Soviet sphere across Eastern Europe, installing communist regimes from Berlin to Bucharest. Ukraine, a founding member of the United Nations, appeared to gain prestige, but remained a puppet. The black soil that had once starved became the foundation of Soviet might once more, feeding a system that still denied its own people the right to speak their name without permission. The guns fell silent, but the machinery of repression continued. Millions of displaced persons were repatriated by force. Returning prisoners of war were sent to labor camps under suspicion of disloyalty. In western Ukraine, the NKVD hunted UPA fighters through forests for nearly a decade, finally crushing the last resistance in the early 1950s. The country that had endured famine and genocide now endured peace without freedom. Still, even in silence, the memory of survival remained. The old songs of the Cossacks, the whispers of the Holodomor, the stories of partisans, all fused into a single instinct to endure. Empires could redraw borders, rewrite textbooks, rename cities, but they could not erase the will to exist. That will had carried Ukraine through Mongol invasions, Tsarist oppression, famine, and fascism. It would carry it further still. The war ended with parades and flags, but for Ukraine, it was simply another chapter in a longer war, a war for identity, fought not once, but always. The empire had survived, the people had endured. And somewhere in the ruins of Kiev, amid the broken statues and burned churches, a truth whispered beneath the dust. The land remembers everything. The guns had fallen silent in 1945, but the air in Ukraine was still thick with smoke, hunger, and grief. Victory parades in Moscow masked the ruin that stretched across the republic. Villages razed, railways shattered, factories gutted, millions dead or missing. For the Soviet Union, the war was a triumph. For Ukraine, it was a trauma measured not in glory, but in graves. No other land in Europe had suffered so completely, and no other would be so swiftly silenced about it. When Stalin surveyed the ruins of his empire, he saw not tragedy, but opportunity. The war had destroyed his enemies abroad and at home. Now it would justify a new campaign of reconstruction under total control. Ukraine, its black soil and factories indispensable, became the testing ground for Stalin's post-war vision. Reconstruction was framed as redemption, a moral duty to the fallen. But it was built on coercion and fear. The same machinery that had starved millions in the 1930s now mobilized them to rebuild the state that had nearly destroyed them. By 1946, the fourth five-year plan was underway. Entire cities rose from rubble. Dnipro, Kharkiv, Odessa, and Kyiv became monuments to Soviet resilience. The Dnipro hydroelectric dam, once bombed to dust, was rebuilt in record time. Propaganda posters declared, "Life has become better, life has become more joyous." But for those who lived through the famine and the front lines, joy was distant. Food shortages persisted. And another famine struck between 1946 and 1947, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives. Stalin blamed the drought. Survivors blamed the state. Grain exports to Eastern Europe continued even as Ukrainian villages starved again. History repeated itself, quieter this time but just as cruel. The state's priorities were clear: heavy industry first, human welfare last. The reconstruction of the Donbass coal region became a matter of national prestige. Prisoners of war, political convicts, and special settlers were conscripted to labor under conditions little different from the Gulag. The same mines that symbolized Soviet power were graves for countless workers. Yet the official narrative tolerated no dissent. To question reconstruction was to betray the victory it celebrated. In Stalin's world, gratitude was mandatory. Meanwhile, Western Ukraine, annexed from Poland after the war, became a battlefield of ideology. The Ukrainian Insurgent Army, UPA, refused to surrender, waging guerrilla war against Soviet forces through the late 1940s. They fought for a free Ukraine, but Moscow branded them bandits and fascists. The NKVD responded with mass deportations. Entire families accused of aiding partisans were shipped to Siberia. Villages were emptied overnight, their names erased from maps. By the early 1950s, the resistance had been exterminated, but not before tens of thousands died on both sides. The forests of Volhynia and the Carpathians still conceal their bones. The repression extended to the Greek Catholic Church, a centuries-old symbol of Western Ukrainian identity. In 1946, the Soviet authorities staged the Lviv Sobor, a synod orchestrated by the NKVD that formally abolished the church and merged it with the Russian Orthodox Patriarchate. Priests who refused were arrested or executed. Churches were converted into warehouses or Orthodox parishes loyal to Moscow. The liquidation of the Uniate Church was both spiritual conquest and political purge, a way to break the moral backbone of a region that refused assimilation. Faith, however, retreated underground, as it had so many times before. Secret masses continued in basements and barns, whispered in defiance of empire. Culturally, the post-war years saw a tightening vice. The brief thaw of the 1920s was a distant memory. Even the cautious openness of wartime patriotism evaporated. The Zhdanov Doctrine, named after Stalin's cultural commissar Andrei Zhdanov, decreed that art and literature must serve ideology. Writers who once celebrated the land and people of Ukraine were forced to glorify Soviet unity instead. The Ukrainian language tolerated during the war for propaganda was once again marginalized in schools and universities. To speak it too proudly was to invite suspicion. Intellectuals learned to write in metaphors, hiding truth in allegory. Even silence became a language of resistance. In daily life, fear ruled as effectively as law. The MGB, precursor to the KGB, monitored letters, classrooms, and workplaces. Informers were everywhere. People spoke carefully, laughed softly, and trusted rarely. Yet beneath this conformity, a quiet resilience endured. Families told stories of the famine in whispers. Grandmothers embroidered forbidden symbols into patterns of flowers. Songs about Cossack freedom were sung as children's rhymes. Memory survived in disguise. Despite the oppression, reconstruction transformed Ukraine's landscape. By 1950, industrial output surpassed pre-war levels. Cities modernized with new housing blocks and wide boulevards. Electrification reached rural regions and schools multiplied. But this progress was uneven, built on exhaustion rather than enthusiasm. The countryside remained impoverished, its youth migrating to urban centers where Soviet identity was stronger and tradition weaker. The regime sought to replace the old Ukrainian village soul with the image of the Soviet worker, a creature of steel and slogans. In foreign policy, Stalin wielded Ukraine as both symbol and instrument. The Ukrainian SSR was granted a separate seat in the United Nations, alongside Belarus, to bolster the Soviet bloc's influence. It was an illusion of sovereignty, a diplomatic trick that masked dependency. Nonetheless, it allowed Ukrainian officials, often loyal communists, to interact with the world and plant small seeds of identity abroad. In the paradoxical way of empire, even symbolic gestures could become weapons of the future. As the decade waned, the shadow of Stalin grew darker. His paranoia deepened. Purges resumed. The post-war years saw new campaigns against rootless cosmopolitans, a thinly veiled attack on Jews and intellectuals, many of whom lived in Ukraine. The prisons filled again. The midnight knock returned. The war that had united the Soviet peoples in survival ended with renewed division and fear. Even Stalin's closest lieutenants moved cautiously, aware that loyalty itself was no guarantee of safety. Then, in March 1953, the tyrant died. The news spread through Kiev, Kharkiv, and Moscow like an exhalation the people had held for decades. Crowds gathered to weep, some sincerely, others from habit. Radio stations played solemn music for days. In the quiet of those broadcasts, something invisible shifted. The age of absolute terror was over, though few dared to believe it yet. Stalin's death did not bring freedom overnight, but it cracked the facade of permanence. His statues still loomed over squares, his portraits still hung in classrooms, yet the fear that had frozen society began to thaw. In Ukraine, where terror had struck deepest, the change felt almost miraculous, a breath of air in a sealed room. For the first time in a generation, people could imagine that history might move again. When Joseph Stalin died in 1953, the earth seemed to pause. His passing ended an era defined by paranoia and purges, but it did not immediately end the system he had built. Across the Soviet Union, and especially in Ukraine, the question lingered like smoke after a fire. What would follow the man who had turned ideology into empire? The answer arrived in fragments: hesitant reforms, new leaders, and an unexpected rediscovery of human voice. The man who eventually emerged from the post-Stalin power struggle was Nikita Khrushchev, a figure tied to Ukraine both by history and temperament. He had spent years as the first secretary of the Communist Party of Ukraine, overseeing its wartime reconstruction and post-war purges. He knew the republic intimately, the rhythms of its villages, the pride of its workers, the scars left by famine and war. When he rose to power in Moscow, he brought with him not sentimentality but pragmatism. He understood that terror could no longer sustain the system. The Soviet Union needed faith, not fear. In 1956, at the 20th Party Congress, Khrushchev stunned the world with his secret speech, denouncing Stalin's cult of personality. Delivered behind closed doors but soon whispered across continents, it was a confession and a calculation, a recognition that the machinery of repression had gone too far. For Ukraine, the implications were immense. Stalin's death had ended the executions. Khrushchev's words promised to end the silence. The thaw had begun. The first signs appeared in the countryside. Millions of political prisoners and exiles were released under the amnesty decrees of the mid-1950s. Trains returning from Siberia carried gaunt, hollow-eyed survivors who had vanished for decades. In Ukrainian towns, long-lost sons and fathers appeared at doorsteps, their names still whispered in family prayers. Many came home to find strangers living in their houses or records erased from local archives. The past, like the dead, could not simply be resurrected, but for the first time, remembrance was not treason. Khrushchev also championed agricultural reform, motivated partly by guilt and partly by ambition. He promoted the Virgin Lands campaign, sending young volunteers to Kazakhstan and Siberia to plough new fields. In Ukraine, he pushed for increased mechanization and higher grain yields, convinced that abundance would redeem decades of deprivation. But the campaign's enthusiasm soon outpaced its success. Soil exhaustion, poor planning and corruption undermined results. Still, Propaganda celebrated the tractor as the new hero of the people, and for many, any vision of progress, no matter how fragile, felt like hope. The cultural thaw proved far more transformative. Censorship relaxed just enough to allow cautious honesty. Writers, filmmakers, and artists began exploring themes long forbidden: the war's human cost, the hypocrisy of bureaucracy, the quiet endurance of ordinary people. In Ukraine, this period became known as the 60s movement, Shishdesyatniki, a generation of poets and thinkers who sought to restore moral integrity to Soviet life. They wrote not of revolution or glory, but of conscience, memory, and dignity. Their words were gentle yet subversive, rekindling a distinctly Ukrainian voice within the Soviet framework. Among them was Lena Kostenko, whose poetry revived the lyricism of Shevchenko while navigating the boundaries of permissible dissent. Her verses spoke of the land and of truth whispered through the rustle of wheat. In Kiev's universities and cafes, young intellectuals discussed philosophy and history once again. The Ukrainian language returned to literature and classrooms, though carefully monitored. The spirit of cultural renewal was fragile, but after decades of terror, even fragility felt revolutionary. Khrushchev's policies also reshaped geopolitics within the Soviet Union itself. In 1954, he transferred Crimea from the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic to the Ukrainian SSR, a gesture framed as administrative efficiency, commemorating the 300th anniversary of the Pereyaslav Treaty that had bound Ukraine to Russia in 1654. At the time, it seemed symbolic, even arbitrary. Both republics were, after all, part of one state. Few foresaw that this decision would become one of the most contentious legacies in modern history, yet even symbolic gestures have long shadows. The thaw, however, was not linear. Khrushchev tolerated limited criticism of Stalin, but none of communism itself. When Hungarian students demanded freedom in Budapest in 1956, Soviet tanks crushed them without hesitation. The same pattern repeated in cultural life. Openness encouraged creativity until it threatened control, and then repression returned. Ukrainian journals that published daring works were shut down. Writers who spoke too plainly were expelled from the party. The boundaries of truth had widened, but they were still drawn by fear. Still, within those boundaries, change took root. The Ukrainian intelligentsia rediscovered a continuity broken since the purges of the 1930s. Folk art, banned religious traditions and historical studies once labelled nationalist re-emerged in academic and artistic circles. The works of Mikhailo Hrushevsky and Taras Shevchenko, once censored, were republished, carefully annotated, politically sanitized, yet unmistakably national. In these rediscoveries, Ukraine began to reclaim the story of itself, even if only between the lines. Urban life also transformed. The 1950s and early 1960s saw massive housing projects, the Khrushchevkas, constructed across the Soviet Union. In Kyiv, grey concrete blocks sprouted along the Dnipro like monuments to pragmatism. Each apartment was tiny but self-contained, offering privacy unknown in the communal barracks of the Stalin years. With a kitchen, a radio, and a locked door, families began to rebuild personal worlds. The simple act of closing a door behind one's own family became a quiet revolution. Education expanded dramatically. Universities grew, literacy became near universal, and the sciences flourished. Ukraine's engineers and mathematicians contributed to the Soviet space program. Factories in Dnipro and Kharkiv produced missiles and rockets. The triumph of Sputnik, 1957, filled classrooms with pride. Children born into fear now dreamed of stars. Yet beneath the cosmic optimism lay contradiction. The same regime that reached for space could not bear to confront its own past on Earth. By the early 1960s, Khrushchev's reformist momentum began to falter. His experiments in agriculture and decentralization yielded uneven results. His impulsive personality alienated colleagues. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 exposed the fragility of his global strategy. In 1964, the party quietly removed him from power. His departure was bloodless but symbolic. The thaw had ended not with violence, but with fatigue. The Soviet system had survived its first self-critique, scarred but intact. For Ukraine, the Khrushchev era left a paradoxical legacy. On one hand, it brought relative liberalization. Political prisoners released, culture revived, fear diminished. On the other, it reaffirmed Moscow's supremacy and reminded Ukrainians that their autonomy remained conditional. The Republic had regained its voice, but not its power. Yet once a voice has spoken, it cannot be unspoken. As the 1960s dawned, a new generation of Ukrainians came of age, educated, urban, and quietly skeptical. They had not known the famine or the purges firsthand, but they carried their echo. They were the children of survivors, raised among ruins disguised as progress, and they would become the conscience of a state that preferred silence to truth. The thaw had softened the ice, but beneath the surface the old empire still waited. Its forms had changed. Bureaucrats instead of commissars, slogans instead of executions. But its instinct remained the same: to control the narrative, to command memory. The next decade would test how far that instinct could stretch before it broke. When Leonid Brezhnev came to power in 1964, the Soviet Union exhaled into stillness. The turbulence of Khrushchev's reforms subsided into an era of stagnation that lasted nearly 2 decades. To the outside world, it appeared as stability. To those who lived within it, it felt like suffocation under velvet. In Ukraine, the hopes of the thaw gave way to a cautious dread, the understanding that freedom had not been denied, merely postponed. Brezhnev himself was Ukrainian-born, from the industrial city of Dnipro, then Dnipropetrovsk. Yet his connection to the Republic was more symbolic than sentimental. He embodied the new Soviet elite, pragmatic, loyal, and allergic to risk. Under his leadership, ideology hardened into ritual. The language of revolution persisted, but its fire had gone out. The state no longer demanded belief. It demanded compliance. Bureaucracy replaced terror as the instrument of control. In Ukraine, the 1960s began with cautious optimism and ended in repression. The Shishdesyatniki, the young intellectuals who had flourished during the thaw, refused to retreat quietly. Writers like Vasil Stus, Ivan Juba, and Vyacheslav Chornovil challenged censorship, not with slogans but with integrity. They argued for cultural autonomy, freedom of expression, and the preservation of the Ukrainian language, demands framed within socialism but interpreted as nationalism. Their gatherings in Kyiv, Lviv, and Kharkiv became the nucleus of a moral opposition, poets replacing politicians, conscience replacing ideology. The regime responded as it always had, with surveillance, arrests, and show trials. In 1965, on the eve of the film premiere of Shadows of Forgotten Ancestors, directed by Serhii Parajanov, the KGB arrested several dissidents in the audience. The arrests sparked protests, the first public demonstration of dissent in post-Stalin Ukraine. Parajanov himself, though Armenian by birth, was later imprisoned for his defiance of artistic conformity. His films, rooted in Ukrainian folklore, became emblems of suppressed beauty. The cultural renaissance of the 1960s was strangled before it could mature, but its memory endured like a secret manuscript. Brezhnev's government sought to smother dissent through bureaucracy rather than bloodshed. The new weapon was psychiatric repression, labeling dissidents as mentally ill and confining them to hospitals for treatment. The diagnosis of sluggish schizophrenia became a tool for silencing conscience. Vasil Stus, a poet whose verses carried the moral clarity of Shevchenko, was arrested in 1972 and again in 1980. He wrote in prison, "We are condemned not for crimes, but for fidelity to ourselves." His death in a labor camp in 1985 would make him a martyr of modern Ukraine, though his words circulated in samizdat long before his name could be spoken aloud. The 1970s in Ukraine were defined by contradictions. On the surface, the republic prospered. Soviet propaganda celebrated Ukraine as the jewel of the Union, fertile, industrial, loyal. Kyiv hosted international conferences, and Odessa bustled as a cosmopolitan port. The Dnipro hydroelectric station, expanded once again, symbolized progress. The Antonov aircraft plant built planes that carried Soviet ambition across continents. Ukrainian agriculture fed the empire, and its factories powered it. But beneath this prosperity lay exhaustion, the environmental degradation of over-industrialization, the silence of censorship, the apathy of a generation taught to dream only within approved boundaries. Education and culture followed the same script. Schools taught Ukrainian children to revere Moscow as their mother and Lenin as their father. History textbooks blurred distinctions between Russian and Ukrainian, presenting them as two branches of one tree rooted in Soviet soil. The Holodomor remained unmentioned, the purges unnamed. Even the memory of World War II was rewritten. Ukrainians were portrayed solely as part of the heroic Red Army, their own losses dissolved into collective sacrifice. The Soviet Union mastered not only propaganda but amnesia, yet resistance, though subdued, never died. In the 1970s, underground networks of samizdat, self-published manuscripts, spread essays, poems, and banned books from hand to hand. Typewriters became weapons of conscience, each carbon copy a silent rebellion. The Ukrainian Helsinki Group, founded in 1976, used the language of international law to challenge Soviet violations of human rights. They sent appeals to the West, invoking the Helsinki Accords, which the USSR had signed only a year earlier. Moscow's response was predictable: arrests, labor camps, exile. But something irreversible had begun: the transformation of Ukrainian dissent from cultural protest to political movement. This resistance was mirrored by changes in daily life. The Brezhnev era's stability brought consumer comforts unknown to earlier generations: refrigerators, televisions, and cars for the privileged few. Soviet citizens watched Tchaikovsky and Tolstoy on television, believed in space triumphs, and queued for scarce goods. Cynicism replaced faith. Irony replaced ideology. In Ukraine, the same pattern held. People learned to live in two worlds: the public world of slogans and parades, and the private world of whispered truth. The gap between them widened until it became an abyss. Religion, though still suppressed, began to stir again. The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, officially abolished since 1946, persisted underground. Secret liturgies were held in forests and attics. In western Ukraine, priests ordained in exile returned in secrecy, ministering to communities that had survived three regimes: Polish, Nazi, and Soviet. The Orthodox Church, tolerated but tightly controlled by the KGB, served as both sanctuary and instrument. Faith endured not because it was allowed, but because it was needed. Meanwhile, the Soviet leadership aged. Brezhnev, increasingly frail, ruled through a haze of ceremony. His speeches slurred, his medals multiplied. The state he presided over seemed frozen in amber, unchanging, unthinking, unyielding. Yet beneath that stillness, decay spread. Corruption became systemic, inefficiency endemic. The system survived not because it worked, but because no one dared imagine an alternative. By the late 1970s, the gap between rhetoric and reality had become unsustainable. The invasion of Afghanistan in 1979 marked the beginning of the end. The Soviet Union, once triumphant, found itself bleeding in distant mountains. At home, stagnation deepened. In Ukraine, pollution from heavy industry poisoned rivers. Collective farms collapsed into inertia. The Republic's vast potential remained harnessed to Moscow's failing ambitions. The language of progress sounded hollow in the echo of empty slogans. Yet in that hollow, something stirred, the same quiet resilience that had survived empires, famines, and wars. The poets and dissidents of the 1960s had planted seeds that no censorship could uproot. The samizdat networks taught a generation to read between lines, to trust their own perception of truth. The underground church preserved moral authority where ideology offered none, and the ordinary people, weary but unbroken, carried memory like contraband across decades of silence. When Brezhnev died in 1982, few mourned sincerely. His funeral, televised in grayscale solemnity, felt like the burial of an epoch. The Soviet Union that followed, under Andropov, Chernenko, and finally Gorbachev, would inherit his stagnation but not his certainty. The empire still appeared invincible, yet its foundations were crumbling from within. In Ukraine, the cracks were already visible. Environmental crises, national discontent, and a quiet longing for dignity unfulfilled. For nearly 2 centuries, the Russian Empire and its Soviet successor had sought to erase the difference between Russian and Ukrainian. Under Brezhnev, that erasure seemed complete. But identity does not vanish. It lies dormant, waiting. The dissidents of the 1970s, though silenced, had kept alive a truth that would outlast the empire itself, that the survival of a nation begins with the courage to remember. The stagnation years had numbed an empire but awakened a people. The next chapter of Ukraine's story would be written not in underground pamphlets or prison diaries, but in the open air of revolution. The Soviet Union of the mid-1980s stood like an ancient fortress, vast, imposing and hollowing from within. Its banners still proclaimed the victory of socialism. Its leaders still spoke of progress and peace. Yet the air was stale, the machinery rusting. The citizens of the empire, from the Baltic to the Caucasus, lived in quiet disillusionment. In Ukraine, the weariness was sharper still. The republic that had once been called the breadbasket of the Union now felt more like its backbone, indispensable, overburdened, and aching. And then into this stagnation came a word that promised everything: perestroika. When Mikhail Gorbachev became General Secretary in 1985, he was only 54, decades younger than his predecessors. His speeches were filled with unfamiliar phrases: glasnost, openness, perestroika, restructuring, uskorini, acceleration. To a people trained to fear spontaneity, the new language was shocking. Gorbachev envisioned reform not as revolution, but as rejuvenation, a way to preserve socialism by admitting its flaws. But once truth was permitted, even slightly, it could not be contained. Nowhere would that truth erupt more powerfully than in Ukraine. The first tremors were cultural, censorship relaxed, banned authors were reprinted. The names of the executed Renaissance of the 1930s reappeared in print, their faces emerging from decades of enforced oblivion. Museums restored exhibitions long suppressed. Historians began revisiting the famine and the purges. In Kyiv, Lviv, and Kharkiv, public readings and unofficial seminars flourished. For the first time in living memory, the Ukrainian language could be spoken in public without apology. The rediscovery of history became a rediscovery of self. Then came the disaster that shattered illusions of Soviet competence forever: Chernobyl. On April 26, 1986, reactor number 4 of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded during a failed safety test. The blast released radioactive material across Ukraine, Belarus, and much of Europe. In the first hours, the Soviet authorities concealed the truth. Kyiv's annual May Day parade proceeded under a falling invisible cloud. Only days later did evacuations begin, far too late for tens of thousands exposed to lethal doses. The disaster revealed what decades of propaganda had hidden, that the system's first instinct was not to protect its people, but to protect its image. Chernobyl became both catastrophe and revelation, proof that the empire's decay was moral as much as material. For Ukrainians, the event was personal and political. The poisoned wind carried not just radiation, but rage. Scientists and journalists who had once whispered criticism now shouted it in public. Glasnost provided a language for grief. The state's lies had been unmasked by Geiger counters and by mothers watching their children fall ill. The clean-up effort, heroic yet chaotic, exposed the courage of ordinary citizens and the indifference of their leaders. Chernobyl became a wound that could never fully heal, but also a catalyst for awakening. Out of contamination grew consciousness. By the late 1980s, perestroika had evolved from policy to movement. Across the Soviet Union, civic organizations began to form, some sanctioned, others spontaneous. In Ukraine, the People's Movement for Perestroika, known simply as RUK, emerged in 1989. Its founders included writers, scientists, and former dissidents who had spent years in prisons or labor camps. They spoke of democracy, environmental protection, and national revival. Their tone was cautious at first, couched in loyalty to socialism, but everyone understood what they meant: sovereignty. RUK's rallies drew thousands, then hundreds of thousands. Blue and yellow flags reappeared, once illegal, now fluttering beside the red. Folk songs long suppressed echoed through public squares. The movement tapped into something older than politics: memory. Families who had buried famine victims without markers now carried placards reading Holodomor, never again. The past, once forbidden, became the foundation of protest. Gorbachev's policies had opened the door, but he could not control who stepped through it. The Baltic republics led the way, forming human chains and declaring sovereignty. In Ukraine, cautious reform turned into open defiance. Local elections in 1990 brought non-communist candidates into councils for the first time. The Ukrainian parliament, once a rubber stamp, began to speak with its own voice. In July of that year, it adopted the Declaration of State Sovereignty of Ukraine, asserting the primacy of Ukrainian laws over Soviet ones. It was not yet independence, but it was the unmistakable sound of chains loosening. The Soviet center watched nervously. Hardliners accused reformers of nationalism. Reformers accused hardliners of treason against progress. Moscow's grip weakened not because it was challenged by arms, but because its subjects had stopped believing. The empire that had survived war, famine, and dictatorship was undone by disbelief. In daily life, the change was electric. Samizdat became newspapers. Whispers became debates broadcast on television. Churches reopened, filling with congregations who had prayed in secret for decades. The Greek Catholic Church emerged from underground, its first legal liturgy celebrated in Lviv in 1989. Icons once hidden behind curtains were placed openly on altars. The Church's resurrection symbolized the moral revival of the nation itself. Yet optimism was tempered by hardship. The late 1980s economy teetered toward collapse. Shortages of food, fuel, and faith deepened. Inflation devoured savings. The empire that had promised abundance now rationed bread. But even as material life worsened, spiritual life quickened. People queued not only for goods, but for truth, for books, for newspapers, for the right to remember. The hunger for honesty replaced the hunger for slogans. Chernobyl's legacy also reshaped environmental activism into politics. Protests against industrial pollution in Dnipro and Odessa joined demands for transparency and self-governance. Ecology became a language of resistance that Moscow could not easily condemn. In 1989, mass demonstrations commemorating the famine and the victims of Stalinism filled Kiev's streets. Candles burned in public squares where portraits of Lenin still hung. The contrast between image and reality was unbearable and irreversible. By the time the Berlin Wall fell in November 1989, the Soviet Empire's unraveling was visible to all. In Ukraine, it felt less like rebellion than revelation, the realization that the future no longer belonged to Moscow. The generation that had grown up in Khrushchevkas, educated under Brezhnev's slogans, now stood on the brink of reclaiming a history denied to their grandparents. They had waited quietly for decades, and now the silence itself had broken. By 1990, when students organized the revolution on granite in Kiev's central square, hunger striking for free elections and independence, the transformation was complete. They were young, fearless and unarmed, carrying poetry instead of propaganda. The government hesitated, unwilling to repeat the violence of Tiananmen Square. The strike succeeded. Reforms followed. The world was changing faster than anyone could command it to stop. What had begun as Gorbachev's bid to save the Soviet Union was becoming the blueprint for its dissolution. And in Ukraine, long the empire's captive heart, the pulse of freedom was unmistakable. The next step, unthinkable only years before, was no longer impossible. It was inevitable. The final years of the Soviet Union unfolded like the slow collapse of a vast, overburdened building. Each crack first denied, then explained, then impossible to ignore. In Moscow, Gorbachev's reforms had unleashed forces he could not control. In Ukraine, they had awakened a nation that had learned through centuries to endure and to wait. By 1990, that patience was ending. The republic that had fed the empire was preparing to free itself from it. The first open signs came not from politicians, but from people. Across Ukraine, the blue and yellow flags of the old republic, banned since 1920, returned to balconies and churchyards. Songs once whispered were sung at full voice in city squares. The People's Movement for Perestroika, RUK, founded in 1989, grew into a mass movement linking intellectuals, workers, students, and clergy. Its platform was broad: democracy, ecology, cultural revival. But its undercurrent was unmistakable: independence. For the first time in decades, the word volia, freedom, could be spoken aloud without fear of arrest. The momentum accelerated through 1990. That spring, the first relatively free elections in the Ukrainian SSR brought dozens of reform-minded deputies into the Supreme Soviet, Verkhovna Rada. They formed the Democratic Bloc, a coalition that included RUK members, former dissidents, and new voices from the rising civil society. The parliament, once a ceremonial echo of Moscow, began to sound like a legislature. Its debates were broadcast on television, and millions watched transfixed. The language of politics itself was changing, from dictated slogans to spontaneous argument. On July 16, 1990, the Parliament adopted the Declaration of State Sovereignty of Ukraine, asserting the supremacy of Ukrainian law over Soviet law and declaring the right to its own military and foreign policy. It was not secession, at least not yet, but the writing was on the wall. When the Ukrainian flag was raised inside the Rada chamber, deputies wept openly. The empire trembled. Meanwhile, Moscow struggled to hold the center together. The old Communist Party was fracturing between hardliners who longed for Stalin's certainty and reformers who saw decentralization as the only salvation. Gorbachev walked a tightrope between them, preaching unity even as republic after republic declared sovereignty. The Baltic states had already set the precedent. Lithuania declared independence in March 1990, Latvia and Estonia soon after. What had once seemed unthinkable was becoming contagious. In Ukraine, the tension between reform and repression mirrored Gorbachev's own contradictions. On one hand, he needed Ukrainian support to preserve the Union. On the other, his reforms had armed Ukraine with the legal and moral tools to leave it. The Communist Party of Ukraine, the largest in the USSR, remained powerful, but even its ranks were dividing. Local officials quietly shifted allegiance to the idea of national sovereignty, sensing where history was headed. The economic collapse that gripped the late Soviet Union hastened the process. Inflation soared, food lines lengthened, and trust evaporated. The promise of perestroika, renewal through reform, had turned into exhaustion through chaos. For ordinary Ukrainians, the state that had once seemed omnipotent now appeared incompetent. The myth of Moscow's infallibility died in queues for bread and fuel. What replaced it was not ideology, but the oldest instinct of all: survival through self-reliance. In this atmosphere, the student-led Revolution on Granite of October 1990 became a turning point. Thousands of young Ukrainians occupied Kiev's central square, pitching tents and launching hunger strikes. Their demands were simple yet radical: the resignation of the communist government, new elections, and refusal to sign any new union treaty. The protest was peaceful, determined, and distinctly Ukrainian in its discipline. No violence, only persistence. After 2 weeks, the government capitulated. The students had won. Their victory inspired millions. If a handful of unarmed youth could make the state yield, what else might be possible? Then came 1991, the year that changed everything. In March, Gorbachev held a union-wide referendum on preserving the USSR as a renewed federation. In Ukraine, the results were telling. While 70% supported renewed union, the question had been framed ambiguously, and regional differences were striking. Western Ukraine voted overwhelmingly for independence. The East and South, more intertwined with Soviet industry, were cautious but restless. The ground was shifting under the Kremlin's feet. In June 1991, Boris Yeltsin, a populist reformer, was elected president of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, becoming Gorbachev's rival in both policy and legitimacy. Power was no longer centralized. The empire was splitting from within. Yeltsin's victory emboldened republics to act independently, each declaring sovereignty like dominoes falling in slow motion. Then, in August 1991, the old guard made its final move. A group of hardline communist officials fearing total collapse launched a coup in Moscow. Tanks rolled into the capital. Gorbachev was placed under house arrest. But the coup failed within 3 days, defeated not by armies but by citizens who surrounded the Russian parliament building, led by Yeltsin standing defiantly atop a tank. The Soviet Union, already dying, had been fatally wounded by its own defenders. In Kiev, the news of the coup electrified the streets. Crowds gathered in Independence Square, carrying both Russian and Ukrainian flags of resistance. The local communist leadership hesitated, then fractured. On August 24, 1991, the Verkhovna Rada convened an emergency session. Amid tension and euphoria, the deputies voted 346-1 in favor of the Act of Declaration of Independence of Ukraine. The chamber erupted in applause. Church bells rang across Kyiv. Outside, hundreds of thousands filled the streets, many in tears. For the first time since 1921, Ukraine was again a sovereign state. The vote was not the end, but the beginning. The act called for a nationwide referendum to confirm independence. On December 1, 1991, more than 90% of voters endorsed it, with even Crimea and Donetsk, later symbols of division, voting overwhelmingly in favor. That same night, Leonid Kravchuk, a former communist turned reformer, was elected as independent Ukraine's first president. The mandate was unmistakable. The empire was over. Days later, in a forested retreat in Belovezha, Kravchuk met with Boris Yeltsin of Russia and Stanislav Shushkevich of Belarus. Together they signed the Belovezha Accords, declaring that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist and announcing the creation of the Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS. Gorbachev, the architect of reform, resigned within weeks. On December 25, 1991, the red flag was lowered from the Kremlin for the last time. The Soviet Union, once the world's largest empire, was no more. For Ukraine, independence was not a single event, but the culmination of centuries of struggle against czars, commissars, and conquerors. The chains had been broken not by war, but by memory. The people who had survived famine, purges, and Chernobyl had outlasted empire itself. Yet, as the fireworks of celebration faded, the enormity of the task ahead became clear. Independence was not salvation. It was responsibility. A nation reborn had to learn how to live free. The early mood was euphoric. Churches overflowed, flags waved from balconies, soldiers took oaths to the new state. The Ukrainian language flourished, history was rewritten from silence into speech. But the joy was shadowed by uncertainty. The Soviet economy, already collapsing, left Ukraine in ruins. Inflation soared, industries stalled, pensions evaporated. Yet even in hardship there was pride, a quiet, stubborn conviction that poverty under freedom was better than prosperity under chains. The 20th century had begun with Ukraine erased from the map and ended with it reclaiming its place among nations. The journey from subjugation to sovereignty had taken nearly a millennium. And though the road ahead was unclear, one truth was undeniable. The empire had fallen, but the people remained. History had returned to its rightful owners. The euphoria of independence in 1991 was like sunrise after centuries of night. The tricolour flag fluttered above the Verkhovna Rada. The anthem once forbidden now echoed across city squares. Yet as the cheers faded, dawn revealed a landscape of ruins. The Soviet Union had collapsed not only as a government but as a system of life, its economy, bureaucracy, and identity disintegrating together. Ukraine, after centuries of domination, was free, but also unprepared. Independence had been achieved through unity of spirit. Survival would demand unity of purpose. The early 1990s were a time of confusion and improvisation. The new republic inherited a vast arsenal, a heavy industry dependent on Soviet markets, and an economy tied by umbilical cords to Moscow. Borders had shifted overnight, but institutions had not. Ministries still carried Soviet seals. Factories still obeyed plans that no longer existed. Inflation spiraled, wiping out savings. The ruble lost meaning before the new hryvnia could gain it. Supermarkets stood empty. Farmers sold food by the roadside. Freedom felt fragile, almost abstract, a principle carried in pockets emptier than ever. Leonid Kravchuk, Ukraine's first president, faced an impossible balancing act, building a state while preventing its disintegration. He moved cautiously, blending nationalism with pragmatism. Ukraine joined the Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, but resisted deeper integration. It inherited the world's third-largest nuclear arsenal, yet sought recognition as a peace-minded democracy. In 1994, under pressure from the United States, Russia, and Britain, Kyiv agreed to surrender its nuclear weapons in exchange for security assurances, the Budapest Memorandum. The decision was hailed as visionary, a step toward global stability. Few imagined that 2 decades later, those guarantees would be tested and found hollow. The 1990s were also a decade of reckoning. Ukraine had to rediscover itself after 70 years of Soviet conditioning. The question was existential. What did it mean to be Ukrainian? The answer varied by region, language, and memory. In the West, where the church had survived underground, national consciousness was fervent and historical. In the East, where industry and Russification had bound communities to Moscow, identity was more ambiguous. Yet even with differences, a shared sense of endurance united them. The very act of existing as a sovereign nation was revolutionary. The early years of independence were marked by chaos but also creativity. Censorship collapsed, replaced by a chaotic free press. Dozens of newspapers and television channels emerged overnight, reflecting every possible perspective, from liberal democracy to nostalgic communism. The arts flourished in uncertainty. Filmmakers, poets, and painters, finally free to speak without censors, discovered that silence had not killed imagination, but deepened it. Kiev's cultural scene became a laboratory of identity. Folk traditions blended with modernist experiment. Shevchenko's verses shared gallery walls with postmodern irony. The country was improvising itself in real time. Economically, however, the improvisation was brutal. The shift from planned to market economy unleashed a wave of wild privatization. Former communist elites and opportunistic businessmen, later known as oligarchs, seized state assets at pennies on the dollar. Industries built by generations of workers were absorbed into private empires overnight. Corruption metastasized, infecting every level of governance. Ordinary citizens, watching wealth concentrate in a few hands, grew cynical. The idealism of 1991 curdled into disillusionment. Yet amid disarray, there were victories. The 1990s saw the creation of Ukraine's constitution, 1996, establishing it as a unitary, democratic state with guarantees of civil rights. The new hryvnia, introduced the same year, stabilized the currency. The armed forces of Ukraine were formed, a professional military that, though underfunded, became a symbol of sovereignty. Diplomatically, Ukraine positioned itself between East and West, cultivating ties with NATO and the European Union, while maintaining complex relations with Russia. The policy was one of balance, born not of indecision, but necessity. The contrast between Kiev's politics and its provinces remained sharp. In the industrial East, the collapse of Soviet industry created unemployment and nostalgia for stability. Russian remained the lingua franca. Moscow's television channels dominated the airwaves. In the agrarian West, small businesses and cultural revival thrived amid poverty. The two Ukraines coexisted uneasily, different in accent and memory but bound by geography and fate. It was a fragile cohesion, one that would later be tested by forces far beyond the control of ordinary people. For many, the 1990s were a decade of private survival rather than public optimism. Families bartered, emigrated, or returned to subsistence farming. Teachers and doctors went months without pay. Pensions evaporated in inflation. Yet there was also a quiet pride in endurance. The Soviet Union had promised security, but delivered silence. Independence demanded struggle, but allowed dignity. As one Kiev journalist wrote in 1993, "We have lost everything but our fear, and in losing fear, we have gained more than we know." Religion and civil society filled the vacuum left by ideology. Churches reopened in every neighborhood. Civic organizations multiplied. The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, long persecuted, became a moral authority, preaching reconciliation rather than revenge. The Orthodox Church, divided between loyalty to Moscow and aspirations of autonomy, reflected the nation's internal debate. Faith, once hidden, returned to public life not as dogma but as conscience. Politically, Ukraine remained fragile but pluralistic. Power changed hands through elections rather than coups, a rarity among post-Soviet states. In 1994, Kravchuk lost to Leonid Kuchma, marking the first peaceful transfer of power in independent Ukraine. Kuchma, a former rocket engineer from Dnipro, promised economic reform and closer ties with Russia. His presidency, however, became synonymous with the entrenchment of oligarchic power and the fusion of wealth with politics. The 1990s ended not in triumph, but in uneasy stability, democracy in form, corruption in substance. Still, history had shifted irreversibly. The generation that came of age in independent Ukraine, students, journalists, small entrepreneurs, was different from their parents. They had grown up without fear of the KGB, without portraits of Lenin in classrooms. They argued, mocked politicians, read Western books, and dreamed of travel. Their cynicism was matched by curiosity. For them, Ukraine was not a province, but a country, flawed yet their own. By the turn of the millennium, Ukraine stood at a crossroads, familiar yet new. The economy was stabilizing, the state intact, the culture vibrant. But the question that had haunted it since the 17th century returned with sharper edges, between East and West, between memory and future. What path would it choose? Russia under Vladimir Putin was rising again, assertive, nostalgic, and watching Kyiv closely. The Cold War had ended, but its borders were not gone. They had merely shifted inward. The 1990s had given Ukraine something no empire could grant: the right to fail on its own terms. It had stumbled, corrupted, and endured, but it had remained whole. Its freedom was imperfect, but real. The next chapter would reveal whether that fragile freedom could survive the return of imperial ambition. The new millennium opened in Ukraine with a strange mix of exhaustion and expectation. A decade of independence had proven that survival was possible, but survival was not the same as success. The 1990s had delivered freedom and poverty, democracy and corruption, pride and frustration. The state existed, the flag flew, the anthem played, but the question lingered in cafes and factories alike. What kind of country have we become? Into this uncertainty stepped Leonid Kuchma, re-elected in 1999 after a bitter and divisive campaign. A pragmatic technocrat with roots in the Soviet industrial complex, Kuchma promised stability and growth. What followed instead was consolidation of power by an emerging class of oligarchs, a fusion of former communist bureaucrats and new capitalist entrepreneurs who controlled industry, media, and politics alike. Ukraine had escaped totalitarianism only to fall into the grip of moneyed patronage. The early 2000s were years of outward calm and inward decay. Economic reforms began to take hold, inflation dropped, the hryvnia stabilized, and new wealth flowed through Kyiv's streets. But much of it was illusory. Privatization deals were rigged, state contracts enriched insiders, the judiciary became an auction house for verdicts. Ordinary Ukrainians, disillusioned after a decade of hardship, began to see politics not as hope, but as theatre. Cynicism was the national mood, a weary laughter that masked despair. Still, beneath the surface, something was changing. A new generation, educated in independent Ukraine, fluent in technology and irony, was coming of age. They had grown up amid the chaos of the 1990s, immune to propaganda and skeptical of authority. Their heroes were not party leaders, but rock musicians, journalists, and footballers. They surfed early internet forums, read Western media, and compared their country's stagnation to Poland's progress next door. Where their parents had survived, they wanted to live. Meanwhile, Russia, under Vladimir Putin, was rising again. The collapse of the Soviet Union had humiliated Moscow's elites. Now they sought restoration through energy power and geopolitical leverage. Ukraine, large, resource-rich, and strategically located, was central to that vision. Putin viewed Ukrainian independence as an aberration, an accident of history. His policy was subtle at first: economic pressure, friendly rhetoric, and the cultivation of allies within Kyiv's political elite. Energy became weapon and currency. Gazprom pipelines carried not only gas, but influence. In this atmosphere, Ukraine's fragile democracy began to fracture. Opposition journalists uncovered corruption at the highest levels. The press, though privately owned, was dominated by oligarchic media empires serving competing interests. Each television channel belonged to a different billionaire, each billionaire to a different politician. News was filtered, but not silenced. Truth survived in fragments. Then, in September 2000, the illusion of normalcy shattered. Georgy Gongadze, a young investigative journalist and founder of the online newspaper Ukrainska Pravda, disappeared after months of exposing high-level corruption. His decapitated body was found in a forest near Kyiv. Soon after, secret recordings surfaced, known as the Kuchma tapes, apparently implicating the president in ordering Gongadze's harassment. Whether authentic or not, the tapes unleashed public fury. Protests under the slogan "Ukraine without Kuchma" filled Kyiv's squares through the winter of 2000 to 2001. The demonstrations were suppressed, but the line between ruler and ruled had been redrawn. Fear once again began to crack. The Gongadze affair transformed civil society. Journalists, students, and activists who had grown apathetic in the 1990s found purpose in outrage. They saw in Gongadze's murder not only injustice but insult, a reminder that independence meant little without accountability. The idea of a different Ukraine, honest and European, began to circulate not in slogans but in conversations. Change felt distant, but for the first time in years, it felt possible. By 2002, political polarization had crystallized around two figures, Viktor Yushchenko and Viktor Yanukovych, names that would soon define an era. Yushchenko, a former prime minister and central banker, represented reform, transparency, and alignment with Europe. His mild demeanor masked quiet resolve. To his supporters, he symbolized decency amid corruption. Yanukovych, the governor of the industrial Donetsk region, and backed by powerful oligarchs, embodied continuity and Moscow's preferred candidate. A man of working-class origins, he appealed to the east and south, where Soviet nostalgia and Russian language culture remained strong. The 2004 presidential election became more than a contest between two men. It became a referendum on Ukraine's identity. The East voted for ties with Russia, the West for integration with Europe. The campaign was fierce, marred by intimidation and manipulation. In September 2004, Yushchenko was poisoned with dioxin, leaving his face disfigured but his resolve hardened. The image of the scarred candidate became a symbol of resilience, proof that truth in Ukraine came at a cost. When the official election results declared Yanukovych the winner, despite widespread evidence of fraud, the nation erupted. Kyiv's Independence Square, Maidan Nezalezhnosti, filled with hundreds of thousands of protesters wearing orange, the color of Yushchenko's campaign. The Orange Revolution had begun. For 17 freezing days in November and December 2004, citizens camped in tents, sang, and demanded a fair vote. It was a protest without violence, powered by hope and humor. Priests blessed the crowds, musicians performed nightly, volunteers fed strangers. The movement united students and pensioners, Western villagers and Eastern workers, under a single banner: "We are not cattle, we are citizens." Under immense domestic pressure and international mediation, the Supreme Court annulled the fraudulent results and ordered a new runoff. On December 26, 2004, Viktor Yushchenko was elected President of Ukraine. Fireworks lit Kyiv's night sky. People wept and sang the anthem in unison. For a moment, it seemed that the revolution had delivered not just a new leader, but a new nation. The world watched in admiration. Commentators hailed Ukraine as the vanguard of post-Soviet democracy, the second wave after Poland's solidarity. The Kremlin, humiliated, seethed. The United States and Europe offered cautious support, sensing the geopolitical stakes. A country long dismissed as a borderland had suddenly become the front line of freedom's eastward march. Yet revolutions, like dawns, are judged not by their color, but by their endurance. The Orange Revolution had proven the people's power. The years ahead would test whether that power could build something lasting. For Ukraine, the decade that began in tents on Maidan Square would oscillate between hope and heartbreak, light and shadow. When Viktor Yushchenko took the presidential oath in January 2005, Kyiv still smelled faintly of campfires and orange ribbons. The crowd that filled Independence Square that winter had believed they were witnessing not only a political victory, but a moral one. The triumph of truth over lies, of hope over cynicism. Ukraine, they believed, had finally broken free from the gravitational pull of corruption and Moscow's shadow. For a moment, the impossible felt inevitable. Democracy had arrived. Yushchenko's inaugural speech echoed that optimism. He spoke of a new era of freedom and dignity, of building a European Ukraine rooted in justice. His words carried the weight of years of silence. To the crowd, scarred but smiling, he was not just a president, but a symbol, a man who had survived assassination to embody their will. The revolution had been peaceful, civic, and poetic. But governing, unlike protesting, demanded prose. The challenges were immediate and immense. Ukraine in 2005 was a nation divided, not only politically but regionally and psychologically. The western and central regions, fervent in their support for the Orange cause, looked to Yushchenko as a savior. The industrial East and Crimea, where Viktor Yanukovych retained strong backing, felt alienated and suspicious. The election had redrawn not only electoral maps, but emotional ones. Two Ukraines coexisting uneasily within one state. Yushchenko's government was a coalition of ideals and egos. His ally Yulia Tymoshenko, the fiery and charismatic leader of the revolution's street wing, became prime minister. A former energy magnate turned populist. Tymoshenko was brilliant, ambitious, and volatile, a revolutionary spirit in a bureaucratic world. Together, she and Yushchenko were hailed as the twin faces of the new Ukraine. But their alliance, forged in defiance, began to fracture in power. The early months of the Orange government were filled with symbolic gestures, portraits of Soviet leaders removed from offices, new anti-corruption initiatives announced, and efforts to reopen investigations into the crimes of the previous regime. The media, freed from censorship, blossomed. Investigative journalism flourished, debates filled television screens once dominated by propaganda. The atmosphere was intoxicating, an entire society speaking freely for the first time. But the machinery of governance lagged behind the rhetoric. Economic reform proved harder than anyone had imagined. The state apparatus, riddled with cronyism, resisted change. The same oligarchs who had financed political campaigns now demanded rewards. Foreign investors watched cautiously as populism and inexperience collided. Tymoshenko, determined to break oligarchic monopolies, pushed for reprivatization, reviewing corrupt sales of state assets from the 1990s. While morally justifiable, the policy spooked markets and divided the coalition. Yushchenko, a cautious economist, preferred stability. Tymoshenko, the populist firebrand, sought justice at any cost. Their conflict became personal, then paralyzing. By September 2005, less than a year after the Orange Revolution, Yushchenko dismissed Tymoshenko's government amid mutual accusations of betrayal. The revolution that had begun in unity now fractured into factions. The dream of a new Ukraine dimmed under the weight of old habits, backroom deals, political infighting, and bureaucratic inertia. The people who had camped on the Maidan watched in disbelief as their leaders turned against each other. The orange flags faded in the sun. Russia, meanwhile, watched with cold satisfaction. The Kremlin had learned from its humiliation in 2004. If force had failed, patience would prevail. Putin's government used energy diplomacy as leverage, raising gas prices and threatening to cut supplies during winter. The gas disputes of 2006 and 2009, though framed as commercial disagreements, were geopolitical warnings. Each time the taps were turned off, Kyiv froze, and Europe took notice. Ukraine, positioned between Russian pipelines and Western markets, had become the fault line of a continent. Despite economic turbulence, civil society continued to evolve. NGOs multiplied, youth organizations spread. Investigative journalists remained fearless. A generation politicized by the revolution refused to retreat into apathy. Their protests were smaller now, but their vigilance persistent. They understood that democracy was not a single victory, but a discipline, a habit of resistance learned through repetition. Yushchenko's presidency, though plagued by disappointment, achieved symbolic milestones. He championed recognition of the Holodomor as genocide, defying Moscow's denials. Memorials were built, archives opened, and survivors honored. For the first time, Ukraine's tragedy was inscribed into global consciousness. Yushchenko also advanced integration with Europe and NATO, though progress was slow and divisive. His insistence on national identity, language laws, historical memory, state symbols, angered Russian-speaking regions but solidified sovereignty. Underneath the political squabbles, a deeper transformation was underway. Ukraine was learning to see itself as a distinct nation, not merely a former province. Yet the disillusionment deepened, corruption persisted, living standards stagnated, reforms stalled. Tymoshenko returned to opposition, her fiery speeches accusing Yushchenko of weakness and betrayal. Their rivalry split the Orange electorate, paving the way for a comeback by the very forces the revolution had overthrown. In the east, Yanukovych quietly rebuilt his base, presenting himself as a pragmatist who could restore order and economic growth. His message resonated with those tired of moral battles and eager for stability. The 2007 parliamentary elections reflected the division. Tymoshenko's bloc won a narrow plurality, Yushchenko's support plummeted, and the opposition party of regions, Yanukovych's vehicle, remained powerful. The cycle of instability continued. Governments rose and fell with dizzying speed, coalitions collapsed over trivial disputes. The promise of 2004, the unity of citizens above politics, had been squandered by those who mistook power for purpose. By 2008, the global financial crisis hit Ukraine hard. The hryvnia lost half its value, industries closed, unemployment soared. The IMF stepped in with emergency loans, but austerity measures deepened public resentment. The same streets that had once echoed with songs of revolution now filled with mutters of cynicism. For many, democracy had come to mean corruption with voting booths. Meanwhile, Moscow's patience was ending. The Russo-Georgian War of 2008 sent a clear signal. Russia would no longer tolerate former Soviet republics drifting westward. Ukraine, with its NATO aspirations and fragile politics, was next in line for pressure. The Kremlin's propaganda machinery painted the Orange government as a Western puppet. Russian media mocked Ukraine's dysfunction. Energy supplies were again threatened. Disinformation spread across television and tabloids. The shadow of empire stretched long. By 2009, Yushchenko's approval ratings had fallen below 10%. His face, once the icon of courage, had become a reminder of unfulfilled promises. Tymoshenko, now Prime Minister again, clashed openly with him. Their rivalry consumed governance. The Orange dream, once radiant, was now a memory. But even in disillusionment, something irreversible remained. The people had tasted agency. They had seen a government change through protest and knew they could do it again. As the 2010 presidential election approached, Ukraine stood divided and weary. The choice seemed cruelly familiar: hope that had failed or order that threatened freedom. When Viktor Yanukovych won the presidency in February 2010 by a narrow margin, the world called it democracy's verdict. In truth, it was exhaustion's. The revolution's heroes had fallen, and its villain had returned, not by coup or fraud, but by vote. The Orange Revolution had not failed entirely. It had simply revealed the depth of the struggle ahead. Ukraine had moved from fear to freedom, but freedom alone had not delivered justice. The next decade would teach the hardest lesson yet. that revolutions win the right to fight again, not the right to rest. When Viktor Yanukovych returned to power in 2010, it felt less like a new beginning than the slow closing of a circle. The man once rejected by the Orange Revolution now occupied the presidency, his victory presented as proof that Ukraine had matured into a democracy tolerant of alternation. But beneath the calm surface, the mechanisms of control were already stirring. For many, it seemed that history, rather than moving forward, had begun to loop. Yanukovych's image had been carefully remade. Gone was the provincial strongman of 2004. In his place stood a polished figure promising stability and economic growth. He spoke the language of technocracy, not ideology. Yet behind the rhetoric stood the same networks of oligarchs and power brokers who had thrived under Kuchma, now consolidated into an even tighter web. Kyiv's skyline gleamed with new glass towers, but their foundations were built on old habits, patronage, loyalty, and fear. From the outset, Yanukovych set about centralizing authority. Parliament, the courts, and regional governments were brought under presidential control through legal reforms and political pressure. Independent media, while not fully silenced, faced increasing harassment and ownership takeovers by loyal businessmen. Corruption, once diffuse, became systematic. It was not chaos but order, an authoritarian order wrapped in the trappings of democracy. Foreign policy, too, shifted decisively eastward. While paying lip service to European integration, Yanukovych prioritized rapprochement with Russia. In April 2010, he signed the Kharkiv Accords, extending the lease of Russia's Black Sea Fleet in Sevastopol, Crimea, for another 25 years in exchange for discounted gas prices. The deal was presented as pragmatic economics, but symbolized political submission. It tied Ukraine's energy lifeline and strategic territory even closer to Moscow's grasp. Protests erupted in Parliament. Deputies threw eggs and smoke bombs, and the Speaker had to shield himself with an umbrella. Yet the agreement passed, marking the first major rollback of independence's hard-won autonomy. Russia, under Vladimir Putin and Dmitry Medvedev, regarded Yanukovych's presidency as redemption after the humiliation of the Orange Revolution. The Kremlin re-established its influence through trade, culture, and propaganda. Russian television once again flooded Ukrainian airwaves, shaping narratives of shared history and fraternal unity. The concept of the Ruski Mir, the Russian world, began to circulate in official discourse, presenting Ukraine not as a neighbor, but as an inseparable part of a greater civilization. The ideological groundwork for future aggression was being laid in prime time. Meanwhile, within Ukraine, dissent began to narrow. Journalists investigating corruption faced intimidation. Civic activists were surveilled. Opposition figures found themselves targeted by the judiciary. The most prominent among them was Yulia Tymoshenko, Yanukovych's old rival from the Orange years. In 2011, she was arrested and later sentenced to 7 years in prison on charges widely condemned by international observers as politically motivated. The image of Tymoshenko, pale, defiant, and confined behind bars, became a global symbol of Ukraine's democratic regression. The European Union suspended association talks. Human rights groups decried selective justice. Inside the country, fear began to seep back into public life. Yet Yanukovych's regime did not rule through terror alone. It combined coercion with consumerism, offering a semblance of prosperity built on debt and illusion. Kyiv's streets filled with luxury cars. Malls and restaurants thrived. A new class of elites displayed obscene wealth in gated estates outside the capital. Ordinary citizens, weary of politics, retreated into private survival. The social contract was unspoken, but understood. Accept stability, ignore corruption, and life will go on. For a while, it did. The global context seemed to favor such complacency. The West, distracted by financial crises and Middle Eastern wars, treated Ukraine as a peripheral concern. Russia's influence was growing, but still wrapped in the language of partnership. Yanukovych maneuvered skillfully between Moscow and Brussels, promising European reforms to secure loans, while maintaining loyalty to Russian interests. His duplicity was pragmatic, but it would prove fatal. By 2012, the contradictions of the regime were beginning to show. Corruption had become so brazen, it bordered on parody. The president's residence, Mezhihiria, transformed into a Versailles of excess, marble halls, golden chandeliers, private zoos, and fleets of luxury cars. It was a monument not to statehood, but to greed. The oligarchs who supported him grew richer, but the economy stagnated. Inflation returned, unemployment rose. The promise of stability was fraying. At the same time, a new civic consciousness was reawakening beneath the surface. The generation that had come of age during the Orange Revolution had not forgotten its lessons. Journalists launched independent online outlets bypassing censorship through the internet. Activists organized local initiatives against corruption and urban decay. Social media, still new but rapidly spreading, became a weapon of truth. The regime controlled television but could not control memory. Culturally, the struggle for identity deepened. While the government emphasized bilingualism and regionalism, a grassroots revival of Ukrainian language, literature, and music gained momentum. Rock bands, poets, and filmmakers explored themes of freedom and irony, mocking power with creativity. Universities hosted debates on Europe, sovereignty, and democracy. The space between conformity and rebellion widened into a quiet revolution of thought. By late 2013, Ukraine stood at another crossroads. After years of negotiation, the country was poised to sign an association agreement with the European Union, a deal that promised economic integration and a symbolic step toward the West. For many Ukrainians, especially the youth, it represented not bureaucracy, but belonging, the dream of joining a world where law mattered more than loyalty. The agreement was scheduled for signing in November. The banners were printed, the speeches prepared. Then, at the last moment, Yanukovych refused. Under pressure from Moscow, which threatened trade restrictions and hinted at financial retaliation, the president abruptly suspended the EU agreement. Instead, he announced plans for deeper economic ties with Russia through the Eurasian Customs Union. The decision felt like betrayal, not just of policy, but of identity. After 2 decades of independence, Ukraine's leadership had chosen subservience again. The streets began to stir. On November 21, 2013, a small group of students gathered in Kiev's Independence Square, carrying EU flags and placards reading, "Ukraine is Europe." They came with songs, not slogans. Their protest was peaceful, almost naive. They called their movement simply Euromaidan. Within days, thousands joined. Police brutality on the night of November 30th, when riot units beat the students, transformed the demonstration into a national uprising. The era of managed stability had ended. The storm was coming. Yanukovych had restored the structures of authoritarianism, but in doing so, he had revived the spirit of resistance. The cycle of revolution, repression, and renewal that had defined Ukraine's modern history was about to repeat, this time with consequences that would shake the world. Kyiv, winter 2013. The air was sharp, the sky a dull pewter. Snow gathered on cobblestones, slick with rain. Yet in Independence Square, Maidan Nezalezhnosti, the cold mattered little. What began as a student rally of a few hundred had transformed into a sea of blue and gold flags, candles flickering in plastic cups, and voices singing the anthem under clouds of breath. Ukraine once again stood on the threshold of history. The spark had been small, but bright. On November 21, 2013, the government's abrupt decision to suspend the European Union Association Agreement ignited a wave of indignation. For many, the deal symbolized a long-awaited path toward Europe, a rejection of the old corruption, the Soviet legacy, and Russian dominance. To see it thrown away under pressure from Moscow felt like betrayal. "Ukraine is Europe," read the banners, but the words meant more than geography. They meant dignity. At first, the protests were festive. Students, journalists, artists, and pensioners filled Maidan with music and hope. Tents rose in neat rows. Volunteers distributed tea and sandwiches. The movement had no single leader, no clear agenda beyond outrage at deceit. Yet its energy was unmistakable. Social media spread images of the crowds around the world. The square became a living organism, part village, part fortress, part prayer. Kyiv, long grey with apathy, glowed again. Then, on the night of November 30th, everything changed. Riot police, Berkut units, stormed the square, beating unarmed demonstrators and students with batons. Blood stained the snow. By dawn, dozens were injured, and the government announced it had restored order. Instead, it had awakened fury. The next day, hundreds of thousands flooded into Kyiv's streets in defiance. Churches opened their doors to shelter the wounded. Priests stood between protesters and police, holding crosses in the freezing air. What had been a movement for Europe became a movement for freedom. From that moment, Euromaidan became Maidan, a revolution in all but name. The square turned into a miniature republic, organized with astonishing discipline. Volunteers built barricades from wood and steel, kitchens fed thousands daily, medics tended to the injured in makeshift clinics inside cathedrals and universities. Students patrolled the perimeter, armed with shields fashioned from scrap metal. Artists painted murals on the plywood walls. Musicians performed nightly concerts. In the heart of winter, amid ice and tear gas, a fragile community of resistance thrived. The word that defined it was hedonist, dignity. The government responded with alternating repression and denial. President Viktor Yanukovych dismissed the protests as the work of foreign agents and radicals. State television ignored the crowds, showing soap operas while international networks broadcast live from Maidan. Parliament refused to debate the crisis. Moscow denounced the demonstrations as a Western plot. But each act of denial only deepened defiance. Across the country, solidarity rallies erupted, from Lviv to Odessa, from Kharkiv to Dnipro. The protest had ceased to belong to Kyiv. It had become the conscience of a nation. Through December and January, the standoff intensified. The barricades grew higher, the rhetoric grew harsher. On January 16, 2014, Parliament passed a package of dictatorship laws, criminalizing protest and restricting free speech. Within days, violence escalated. Clashes on Hrushevskoho Street turned the capital into a battlefield. Tires burned, black smoke coiled over golden domes, and protesters armed with sticks and makeshift shields faced armored police. Stones met bullets. For the first time since independence, Kyiv resembled a war zone. The protesters' demands evolved. It was no longer about the EU deal, but about the future itself. They called for Yanukovych's resignation, new elections, and an end to police brutality. The slogans on banners changed from "Ukraine is Europe" to "Down with the regime." The movement broadened, encompassing nationalists, liberals, clergy, and apolitical citizens united by outrage. On the barricades, strangers became comrades. Divisions of region and language dissolved. The Maidan became a mirror of the nation's best self, defiant, compassionate, unyielding. Throughout the bitter cold, the protesters endured. Volunteers from western villages arrived with firewood and food. Doctors came from abroad to help. The world watched, transfixed. European diplomats urged restraint. Moscow warned of chaos. Yanukovych alternated between promises of dialogue and orders for suppression. Each death, each injury, hardened resolve. The barricades were not merely physical, they were moral boundaries drawn between two visions of Ukraine, one of submission, one of self-determination. In February 2014, the stalemate broke in blood. On the 18th and 19th, security forces launched a brutal assault to clear Maidan. Snipers opened fire on unarmed demonstrators. Dozens were killed, hundreds wounded. The images: men shot while carrying flags, priests giving last rites amid gunfire, seared into national memory. Yet even in massacre, the protesters did not retreat. Fires blazed through the night. Hymns rose over explosions. The revolution's final battle was not for power, but for dignity itself. On February 21st, after days of escalating violence and mediation by European diplomats, Yanukovych agreed to early elections and fled Kyiv. Protesters entered the presidential compound of Mezhyhirya, discovering its obscene luxury: golden toilets, private zoos, chandeliers. Television broadcast the spectacle nationwide. The president who had preached austerity had lived like a czar. The contrast between the people's suffering and their ruler's excess crystallized the revolution's moral victory. Yanukovych's flight marked the collapse of his regime and the triumph of Maidan. Yet amid jubilation came unease. The country was leaderless, its institutions paralyzed, its army demoralized. Parliament appointed an interim government, new elections were scheduled. But in the vacuum of power, another force was preparing to move. To the east, Russia watched, outraged and opportunistic. To the Kremlin, the Maidan Revolution was not democracy's rebirth, but a Western-backed coup, a threat to its influence and a warning to its own restless citizens. Within days of Yanukovych's escape, Russian troops without insignia appeared on the Crimean Peninsula. The next chapter of Ukraine's struggle had begun. The Maidan Revolution had cost over 100 lives: students, teachers, doctors, priests, immortalized as the Heavenly Hundred. Their portraits lined the streets where they fell, each one a testament to the price of freedom. Ukraine had won its revolution, but the victory would be tested immediately in the harshest way imaginable. The battle for dignity had become a battle for survival. The fall of Viktor Yanukovych in February 2014 was not merely the collapse of a presidency, it was the implosion of a system. Power, long centralized in corruption and fear, had disintegrated overnight. Kyiv's streets, once filled with barricades and bonfires, now carried the smell of spring thaw and uncertainty. The revolution had succeeded, but the state was broken. Ministries were leaderless, police demoralized, the army hollow. Into this vacuum stepped a force both familiar and foreign, one that had been waiting for precisely such a moment. While Kyiv mourned its dead and struggled to form a new government, Russia moved with cold precision. On February 27, 2014, armed men in unmarked uniforms seized key buildings in Simferopol, the capital of Crimea. They wore no insignia, spoke Russian, and carried modern weapons. Moscow denied involvement, calling them local self-defense forces, but few believed it. Within hours, the regional parliament, under armed guard, dismissed the sitting government and installed a pro-Russian leader. The invasion had begun, disguised as liberation. Crimea was the perfect target. Home to Russia's Black Sea Fleet and a majority Russian-speaking population, it had long been treated by Moscow as culturally and strategically inseparable from Russia. The peninsula's complex history, annexed by the Russian Empire in the 18th century, transferred to Ukraine in 1954 by Khrushchev, was now weaponized as justification. The Kremlin claimed it was protecting Russian citizens from chaos and fascists in Kyiv. The narrative was false, but effective. Propaganda flooded television screens. Maidan was portrayed as a Western coup and Ukraine as a failed state. The world watched in shock as a hybrid war unfolded, one without declarations, uniforms, or borders. Russian troops, officially vacationing, surrounded Ukrainian military bases, blocking exits but avoiding direct firefights. Communication lines were cut, journalists were harassed, local Crimean media replaced by Russian state channels. The Ukrainian army, outnumbered and under orders to avoid escalation, stood by helplessly as their installations were taken one by one. It was conquest in the 21st century's new language, ambiguity. Kyiv's interim government, led by Alexander Turchinov and Arseny Yatsenyuk, faced an impossible dilemma. The country was exhausted, leaderless, and militarily unprepared. Any attempt to resist militarily could trigger full-scale invasion. The newly formed leadership appealed to the West, the European Union, the United States, NATO, but the responses were cautious, filled with condemnation and little else. Sanctions were discussed, statements drafted, but the tanks kept moving. For the Kremlin, this was not a gamble, it was calculation. The world would not intervene militarily for a peninsula most could not find on a map. On March 16, 2014, a referendum was held in Crimea under Russian military occupation. Ballots offered no status quo, only join Russia or greater autonomy within Ukraine. Independent observers were barred. Voters cast ballots under the gaze of soldiers. The Kremlin announced an implausible 97% vote in favor of joining Russia. 2 days later, Vladimir Putin signed the Treaty of Accession, declaring Crimea part of the Russian Federation. In Moscow, the move was celebrated with fireworks and speeches invoking historical justice. In Kyiv, it was mourning. The world condemned the annexation as illegal, but the facts on the ground had hardened into reality. Crimea was gone. The annexation marked a turning point not only in Ukraine's history, but in global politics. It shattered the post-Cold War assumption that borders in Europe were inviolable. It also revealed the contours of a new kind of warfare, one fought with disinformation, cyber attacks, and proxy militias as much as with guns. Russia had reinvented conquest for the modern age, plausible deniability backed by overwhelming force. In the language of diplomacy, it was unacceptable. In the language of power, it was effective. Inside Crimea, the consequences were immediate and brutal. Ukrainian soldiers were forced to surrender or defect. Tatar leaders who opposed the occupation were harassed, exiled, or disappeared. Independent media shut down, schools switched to Russian curricula. Dissent was crushed. The Crimean Tatars, whose grandparents had survived Stalin's deportations in 1944, now faced persecution once again. Their flags were banned, their assemblies broken up, their leaders imprisoned. For them, history was not cyclical, it was relentless. In mainland Ukraine, the shock turned into determination. Crowds gathered in Maidan once more, not to protest, but to enlist. Volunteers flooded recruitment centers, forming the first territorial defense battalions. The army, starved by decades of neglect, began to rearm with donations from citizens and diaspora communities abroad. Artists sold paintings to buy helmets, priests blessed rifles. A new slogan emerged: "We will never be slaves again." It was less rhetoric than revelation. The interim government signed the political provisions of the EU Association Agreement on March 21st, symbolically completing the act that had sparked the revolution. The message was clear. Ukraine's path to Europe would continue, even at the cost of blood. But Moscow had no intention of stopping at Crimea. In the industrial east, Donetsk, Luhansk, Kharkiv, pro-Russian demonstrations erupted, orchestrated by Russian operatives and local collaborators. What began as a covert annexation was evolving into open destabilization. Western governments imposed sanctions on Russian officials and businesses, but the measures were limited. Many in Kyiv felt abandoned, forced to defend not only their sovereignty but the principles the West professed to uphold. Yet the isolation fostered unity. For the first time since independence, Ukrainians across linguistic and regional lines recognized a common enemy. The divide between East and West, once a political cliché, was replaced by a shared understanding. Ukraine's struggle was not internal, it was existential. The Maidan Revolution, which had begun as a plea for dignity, now transformed into a war for survival. The annexation of Crimea was not the end of Ukraine's story, but its brutal continuation. The country that had buried its martyrs beneath blue and yellow banners was now being called to defend their legacy with arms. And in the east, the first whispers of rebellion, fueled, armed and directed by Moscow, were about to erupt into war. The global community debated sanctions and statements, but Ukrainians prepared for something far more personal: defense of home. The revolution had given them freedom, Crimea had given them purpose. They understood now, as perhaps they never had before, that independence was not a gift bestowed by history. It was a burden carried by generations. The storm that began in Crimea would soon spread across the Donbass. The era of slogans was over. The era of trenches was about to begin. The annexation of Crimea was not an endpoint, it was a beginning. Even as the world debated legality and sanctions, the next front of Russia's campaign was already forming. The target was not a peninsula, but the idea of Ukraine itself. If Crimea had been taken through stealth, the Donbass, the industrial heartland of Donetsk and Luhansk, would be assaulted through chaos. In the spring of 2014, the war entered its next bloodier phase. The Donbass had long been different from the rest of Ukraine, a land of coal mines, steelworks, and sprawling Soviet-era towns, closer in spirit to Russia's Rust Belt than to Kyiv's boulevards. Many families had roots on both sides of the border. Russian television dominated the airwaves. For decades, Moscow had nurtured this sense of shared identity, not as friendship, but as leverage. After the Maidan Revolution, Russian propaganda went into overdrive, warning that fascists had seized power in Kyiv and that Russian speakers were in danger. The narrative found fertile ground among some and fear among many. In April 2014, coordinated uprisings erupted across eastern cities. Armed men seized government buildings in Donetsk, Luhansk and Slovyansk, declaring People's Republics. They wore the same unmarked uniforms seen in Crimea, carried Russian-made weapons, and were commanded by men with Moscow accents. Russia denied involvement, calling it a local protest, but intercepted communications and later evidence told the truth. This was an orchestrated hybrid invasion, designed to fracture Ukraine from within. Kyiv, still reeling from the loss of Crimea, faced an impossible situation. Its military was underfunded, disorganized, and infiltrated by Russian sympathizers. Many units had been dismantled after 1991. Those that remained were unprepared for war. Yet retreat was not an option. Acting President Alexander Turchinov announced the start of an anti-terrorist operation, ATO, in April 2014, deploying troops and newly formed volunteer battalions to reclaim the east. The country was at war, though it would take months before anyone dared to use the word. The fighting escalated rapidly. The town of Slovyansk became the first battlefield, captured by Russian paramilitaries led by former intelligence officer Igor Girkin, Strelkov. Ukrainian forces surrounded the city. Firefights echoed through apartment blocks. For residents, the war was sudden and surreal. Neighbors turned soldiers, homes turned fortresses. Civilians fled or hid in basements as artillery pounded industrial zones. The government in Kyiv called it terrorism. Moscow called it resistance. The truth lay buried under rubble. By summer 2014, Ukraine began to regain ground. Volunteer battalions like Azov, Dnipro 1 and Aidar, organized by civilians and funded by businessmen, became symbols of defiance. Their members were teachers, engineers, football fans, and farmers who traded tools for rifles. They lacked formal training but possessed something more potent: conviction. Against expectations, they pushed separatists out of key towns, recapturing Slovyansk in July. The national flag rose again over city halls, tattered but triumphant. For the first time since the revolution, hope returned. Then came the backlash. As Ukrainian forces advanced, Russia escalated covert support into direct intervention. Columns of tanks and artillery crossed the border unofficially, while the Kremlin insisted they were volunteers. Satellite images showed otherwise. On July 17, 2014, the conflict exploded onto the world stage when Malaysia Airlines flight MH17, flying from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur, was shot down over separatist-held territory by a Russian-supplied Buk missile system. All 298 people on board were killed, including dozens of children. The wreckage scattered across sunflower fields became a grim symbol of the war's global consequences. Russia denied responsibility, spreading conspiracy theories through state media, but investigations would later prove the missile had come from a Russian military unit. The tragedy hardened international opinion and Ukraine's resolve. By August, the fighting reached a deadly climax in the Battle of Ilovaisk. Ukrainian volunteer units, surrounded after a deceptive ceasefire agreement, were ambushed by Russian regular forces. Hundreds were killed or captured as they tried to retreat through a so-called green corridor. The massacre devastated morale, but also exposed the scale of Moscow's involvement. The myth of local separatism collapsed. This was no civil war. It was invasion. That same month, Russia proposed a peace plan leading to the Minsk Protocol signed in September 2014. The agreement, brokered by the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, called for a ceasefire, withdrawal of heavy weapons, and local elections in the occupied areas. But the ink was barely dry before violations began. The front lines froze into trenches rather than peace. The Donetsk People's Republic, DPR, and Luhansk People's Republic, LPR, puppet regimes backed by Moscow, entrenched themselves. Russia denied control while supplying weapons, money, and men. The war became one of attrition, mud, snipers, and propaganda. Throughout the winter of 2014 to 2015, battles raged around Donetsk airport, a once modern terminal reduced to rubble. Ukrainian soldiers nicknamed cyborgs held the ruins for 242 days, defending every corridor against overwhelming odds. Their endurance became legend. "Cyborgs do not die," read graffiti across Kyiv, a phrase that captured both defiance and grief. The defense of Donetsk airport became Ukraine's Thermopylae, hopeless yet heroic. Civilian suffering grew unbearable. Entire towns in the Donbass were reduced to husks. Electricity, water, and medicine vanished. More than 1 million people fled their homes, becoming refugees within their own country. The humanitarian cost mounted even as the world's attention drifted. For many Ukrainians, it felt like a lonely war, one fought not only against Russian aggression, but against global indifference. In February 2015, after catastrophic losses near Debaltseve, a second agreement, Minsk II, was signed under pressure from Germany and France. The deal froze the conflict without resolving it, leaving vast swaths of the Donbass under de facto Russian control. Ukraine retained sovereignty on paper, but not in practice. The front line solidified into a scar across the map. 450 kilometers of trenches, checkpoints, and sorrow. Officially, peace existed. In reality, soldiers still died weekly. By the end of 2015, the Ukrainian army had transformed. What had been a neglected institution had become a hardened force of veterans and volunteers. Training improved, supply lines stabilized, and Western nations began providing limited aid, non-lethal at first, but growing in scope. The blue and yellow flag no longer symbolized just independence, it symbolized endurance. The world had seen a nation that refused to disappear, even when surrounded by enemies and indifference alike. The Maidan Revolution had begun with the dream of Europe, and that dream now carried the weight of graves. Yet, from the ashes of revolution and invasion, emerged something that no empire could destroy: identity. The Ukrainian nation, long questioned, long divided, had been reforged by struggle. The war that aimed to erase it had instead revealed its essence. In the shattered towns of Donetsk and Luhansk, in trenches carved through farmland, in refugee shelters filled with song, a simple truth had taken root. Freedom was not an inheritance, but a decision, renewed daily, often painfully. The revolution had turned to war, and war had turned to resilience. The struggle for dignity had evolved into the defense of existence itself. By 2015, the front lines had quieted, but the war was far from over. It had merely entered a colder, quieter phase. Russia had drawn its line across Ukraine's east, and the world, uneasy but unwilling to confront it fully, had accepted a frozen conflict. Yet within Ukraine, a new understanding burned steady and bright. The struggle was not for land, but for the right to define who they were and who they would become. The guns in eastern Ukraine never truly fell silent after Minsk II. They simply grew quieter, the artillery replaced by sniper fire and the hum of drones. On paper, a ceasefire existed. In reality, the war merely slowed its breathing. Every week soldiers died along the front lines, at Avdiivka, Shirokine, Marinka and Zolote, their names read aloud on nightly television, their funerals attended by towns that had long since stopped believing in peace. It was a frozen conflict, only in diplomatic language. For Ukraine, it was a wound that refused to heal. Yet amid exhaustion, life insisted on continuing. Kiev's cafes filled again, concerts resumed, and new businesses opened. The war became a constant background hum, a distant thunder on the country's eastern horizon. People adapted because adaptation was survival. But beneath the veneer of normalcy, the revolution's promises remained unfulfilled. Corruption persisted. Oligarchs still ruled industries, and politics remained a theatre of alliances and betrayals. The dream of Maidan, clean governance, justice, European values, seemed to recede with every passing year. In 2015, Petro Poroshenko, a wealthy businessman and former foreign minister, stood at the nation's helm. Elected during the chaos of 2014 as the president of peace, he faced a paradox: a war that could not be won and a peace that could not be trusted. Poroshenko's presidency became a balancing act between battlefield and bureaucracy, between Western expectations and domestic disillusionment. His first task was survival, rebuilding a state that had nearly collapsed. Poroshenko's government launched sweeping reforms under pressure from the European Union and International Monetary Fund, IMF. The goals were ambitious: decentralization, anti-corruption institutions, judicial overhaul, and military modernization. Some progress was real. The new National Anti-Corruption Bureau, NABU, was established, investigative journalism flourished, and transparency in state tenders improved. The army, once derided as ineffective, transformed into a professional force with new command structures and Western-style training. NATO instructors rotated through training grounds. Soldiers learned English alongside tactics. By 2017, Ukraine's military bore little resemblance to the neglected institution of 2014. Still, reform collided with the inertia of history. Oligarchs adapted faster than laws, shaping reforms to their advantage. Political loyalty remained a currency more powerful than justice. Each attempt at cleansing the system seemed to reveal another layer of rot beneath. Citizens grew cynical, yet their patriotism deepened. They had lost faith in politicians, but not in their country. Culturally, a renaissance unfolded amid the struggle. Ukrainian literature, cinema, and music entered a new golden age. War veterans wrote memoirs, young filmmakers captured stories of resilience, rock bands mixed folk melodies with electric defiance. The Ukrainian language, once overshadowed by Russian in cities, experienced revival. Schools switched curricula. News anchors spoke Ukrainian even when their first language was Russian. It was not coercion but choice, a quiet, nationwide reaffirmation of identity. The war, though tragic, had clarified who they were. Meanwhile, Russia pursued a strategy of sustained destabilization. Its state media bombarded Russian-speaking audiences with narratives of Ukrainian failure, Western puppetry, and fascist conspiracies. Cyber attacks targeted Ukraine's power grids, banks, and ministries. The 2015 blackout in Kyiv, caused by malware linked to Russian hackers, signaled a new kind of warfare. Moscow did not need to occupy cities to control them. It could flicker their lights from afar. Internationally, Ukraine walked a tightrope. The European Union and United States provided aid, but patience waned as corruption scandals resurfaced. The 2016 US presidential election shifted global priorities, and populism surged across Europe. Ukraine's struggle, once the moral center of Western unity, began to fade from headlines. But on the ground, soldiers still patrolled trenches, volunteers still delivered supplies, and civilians in frontline towns lived in the strange coexistence of war and routine. For them, geopolitics was not abstract. It was the difference between silence and shelling. The years 2016 to 2018 formed a strange interlude, too peaceful to call war, too violent to call peace. Casualties mounted quietly. The front lines scarcely moved. The Minsk agreements, intended to end the conflict, had become instruments of stalemate. Russia used them to freeze Ukraine's progress, demanding special status for occupied territories. A political time bomb that Kyiv refused to accept. Diplomats spoke of conflict resolution, but for those in uniform, the resolution was survival. Inside Ukraine, fatigue grew. The revolutionaries of Maidan were now middle-aged, their idealism worn thin. Corruption investigations stalled, reformers resigned in protest. Poroshenko's image as a wartime leader began to tarnish, overshadowed by accusations that he had enriched himself even as soldiers died. The phrase, "they traded our blood for profit," became a bitter refrain. Yet even critics conceded that under his leadership, Ukraine had not fallen. The country was still standing, battered, poorer but independent. That in itself was a kind of victory. In cultural and psychological terms, something profound was happening. The boundary between East and West within Ukraine, once a defining fracture, was blurring. Soldiers from Russian-speaking cities fought and died alongside Ukrainian-speaking villagers. Shared sacrifice built solidarity more durable than any slogan. Veterans returning from the front became community leaders, mayors, teachers, and politicians. A new civic nation was emerging, one born not from ethnicity but from experience. In the background, Vladimir Putin bided his time. The Kremlin's goal was not reconciliation, but attrition, to exhaust Ukraine economically, isolate it diplomatically, and erode its faith in democracy. Each assassination of a reformer, each scandal, each cyber attack served that purpose. The West, reluctant to provoke a larger confrontation, settled into a posture of cautious condemnation. Russia learned the boundaries of impunity and operated just beneath them. By 2018, the front lines were stable, but tension was rising elsewhere. The Sea of Azov, connecting Crimea to the Donbass, became a new theater of contest. Russia harassed Ukrainian shipping, built the Kerch Strait Bridge, linking the annexed peninsula to the Russian mainland, and effectively turned the sea into a military lake. When Russian forces seized Ukrainian naval vessels near the strait in November 2018, detaining 24 sailors, it was a clear provocation. Kiev declared martial law for the first time since independence. The illusion of calm cracked. As 2019 approached, Ukraine faced a choice between endurance and renewal. The revolution's veterans had preserved the nation. Now a new generation demanded transformation. Cynicism was deep, but so was fatigue with the old political class. The stage was being set for an electoral earthquake that no one, neither Kiev's elites nor Moscow's strategists, could fully predict. The ceasefire of Minsk had given Ukraine time, but time too could be a weapon. Russia had used it to prepare, Ukraine had used it to survive. The question looming over both was the same. How long could illusion hold before history demanded its reckoning? The guns in eastern Ukraine never truly fell silent after Minsk II. They simply grew quieter, the artillery replaced by sniper fire and the hum of drones. On paper, a ceasefire existed. In reality, the war merely slowed its breathing. Every week, soldiers died along the front lines, at Avdiivka, Shirokin, Marinka, and Zolote, their names read aloud on nightly television, their funerals attended by towns that had long since stopped believing in peace. It was a frozen conflict, only in diplomatic language. For Ukraine, it was a wound that refused to heal. Yet amid exhaustion, life insisted on continuing. Kiev's cafes filled again, concerts resumed, and new businesses opened. The war became a constant background hum, a distant thunder on the country's eastern horizon. People adapted because adaptation was survival, but beneath the veneer of normalcy, the revolution's promises remained unfulfilled. Corruption persisted, oligarchs still ruled industries, and politics remained a theatre of alliances and betrayals. The dream of Maidan, clean governance, justice, European values, seemed to recede with every passing year. In 2015, Petro Poroshenko, a wealthy businessman and former foreign minister, stood at the nation's helm. Elected during the chaos of 2014 as the president of peace, he faced a paradox, a war that could not be won and a peace that could not be trusted. Poroshenko's presidency became a balancing act between battlefield and bureaucracy, between Western expectations and domestic disillusionment. His first task was survival, rebuilding a state that had nearly collapsed. Poroshenko's government launched sweeping reforms under pressure from the European Union and International Monetary Fund, IMF. The goals were ambitious: decentralization, anti-corruption institutions, judicial overhaul, and military modernization. Some progress was real. The new National Anti-Corruption Bureau, NABU, was established, investigative journalism flourished, and transparency in state tenders improved. The army, once derided as ineffective, transformed into a professional force with new command structures and Western-style training. NATO instructors rotated through training grounds. Soldiers learned English alongside tactics. By 2017, Ukraine's military bore little resemblance to the neglected institution of 2014. Still, reform collided with the inertia of history. Oligarchs adapted faster than laws, shaping reforms to their advantage. Political loyalty remained a currency more powerful than justice. Each attempt at cleansing the system seemed to reveal another layer of rot beneath. Citizens grew cynical, yet their patriotism deepened. They had lost faith in politicians, but not in their country. Culturally, a renaissance unfolded amid the struggle. Ukrainian literature, cinema, and music entered a new golden age. War veterans wrote memoirs, young filmmakers captured stories of resilience, rock bands mixed folk melodies with electric defiance. The Ukrainian language, once overshadowed by Russian in cities, experienced revival. Schools switched curricula. News anchors spoke Ukrainian even when their first language was Russian. It was not coercion, but choice, a quiet, nationwide reaffirmation of identity. The war, though tragic, had clarified who they were. Meanwhile, Russia pursued a strategy of sustained destabilization. Its state media bombarded Russian-speaking audiences with narratives of Ukrainian failure, Western puppetry, and fascist conspiracies. Cyber attacks targeted Ukraine's power grids, banks, and ministries. The 2015 blackout in Kyiv, caused by malware linked to Russian hackers, signaled a new kind of warfare. Moscow did not need to occupy cities to control them. It could flicker their lights from afar. Internationally, Ukraine walked a tightrope. The European Union and United States provided aid, but patience waned as corruption scandals resurfaced. The 2016 US presidential election shifted global priorities, and populism surged across Europe. Ukraine's struggle, once the moral center of Western unity, began to fade from headlines. But on the ground, soldiers still patrolled trenches, volunteers still delivered supplies, and civilians in frontline towns lived in the strange coexistence of war and routine. For them, geopolitics was not abstract. It was the difference between silence and shelling. The years 2016 to 2018 formed a strange interlude, too peaceful to call war, too violent to call peace. Casualties mounted quietly, the front lines scarcely moved. The Minsk agreements, intended to end the conflict, had become instruments of stalemate. Russia used them to freeze Ukraine's progress, demanding special status for occupied territories, a political time bomb that Kyiv refused to accept. Diplomats spoke of conflict resolution, but for those in uniform, the resolution was survival. Inside Ukraine, fatigue grew. The revolutionaries of Maidan were now middle-aged, their idealism worn thin. Corruption investigations stalled. Reformers resigned in protest. Poroshenko's image as a wartime leader began to tarnish, overshadowed by accusations that he had enriched himself even as soldiers died. The phrase, "they traded our blood for profit," became a bitter refrain. Yet even critics conceded that under his leadership Ukraine had not fallen. The country was still standing, battered, poorer, but independent. That, in itself, was a kind of victory. In cultural and psychological terms, something profound was happening. The boundary between East and West within Ukraine, once a defining fracture, was blurring. Soldiers from Russian-speaking cities fought and died alongside Ukrainian-speaking villagers. Shared sacrifice built solidarity more durable than any slogan. Veterans returning from the front became community leaders, mayors, teachers, and politicians. A new civic nation was emerging, one born not from ethnicity, but from experience. In the background, Vladimir Putin bided his time. The Kremlin's goal was not reconciliation, but attrition, to exhaust Ukraine economically, isolate it diplomatically, and erode its faith in democracy. Each assassination of a reformer, each scandal, each cyber attack served that purpose. The West, reluctant to provoke a larger confrontation, settled into a posture of cautious condemnation. Russia learned the boundaries of impunity and operated just beneath them. By 2018, the front lines were stable, but tension was rising elsewhere. The Sea of Azov, connecting Crimea to the Donbass, became a new theatre of contest. Russia harassed Ukrainian shipping, built the Kerch Strait Bridge, linking the annexed peninsula to the Russian mainland, and effectively turned the sea into a military lake. When Russian forces seized Ukrainian naval vessels near the strait in November 2018, detaining 24 sailors, it was a clear provocation. Kyiv declared martial law for the first time since independence. The illusion of calm cracked. As 2019 approached, Ukraine faced a choice between endurance and renewal. The revolution's veterans had preserved the nation. Now a new generation demanded transformation. Cynicism was deep, but so was fatigue with the old political class. The stage was being set for an electoral earthquake that no one, neither Kyiv's elites nor Moscow's strategists, could fully predict. The ceasefire of Minsk had given Ukraine time, but time too could be a weapon. Russia had used it to prepare. Ukraine had used it to survive. The question looming over both was the same. How long could illusion hold before history demanded its reckoning? The winter of 2021 to 2022 began like any other in Ukraine. Grey skies, bitter winds, the ritual hum of routine. Children returned to school after holidays, traffic filled Kyiv's boulevards, and cafes buzzed with talk of politics and inflation. Yet beneath that normality ran an undercurrent of unease. Across the eastern frontier, Russia was moving. Satellite photographs, leaked intelligence, and reports from villages near the border all told the same story. Columns of tanks, missile launchers, and troops were gathering in vast numbers. The Kremlin called it training. Ukrainians had learned that word's new meaning. In December 2021, Western intelligence briefings became increasingly urgent. American and British officials warned that Vladimir Putin was preparing a full-scale invasion. The plan, they said, included missile strikes, air assaults, and an attempt to seize Kyiv within days. To many in Ukraine, the idea still felt impossible. Russia had threatened before, postured before, and always stopped short. "They are bluffing," said taxi drivers and shopkeepers alike. But in the barracks and command centers, no one was laughing. The country's fate was again being measured in hours. Zelensky faced an impossible dilemma. To panic would risk economic collapse. To ignore the threat would risk catastrophe. He walked a tightrope, urging calm while quietly strengthening defenses. Western diplomats began evacuating families. Airlines rerouted flights. Kyiv, a city of more than 3 million, braced without admitting it was bracing. Sandbags appeared at checkpoints. Reservists drilled in parks. For the first time since 2014, civilians in the capital discussed evacuation routes. "If it happens," one teacher told a reporter, "we will stay. We have nowhere else to go." Meanwhile, Moscow escalated its rhetoric to fever pitch. Putin denounced NATO as an existential threat and demanded security guarantees that would effectively roll back decades of European alliances. Russian state television warned of nuclear escalation, portraying Ukraine as a puppet regime ruled by Western agents and Nazis. The propaganda was grotesque but effective inside Russia, preparing its population for war disguised as salvation. Putin's speeches invoked history, Kievan Rus, the Soviet victory over fascism, the unity of the Slavic peoples, all repurposed to justify conquest. The message was clear. Ukraine's existence as a free, Western-leaning democracy was intolerable to the Kremlin's vision of empire. Throughout January 2022, the drumbeat grew louder. Russian forces massed not only along Ukraine's eastern border, but also in Belarus, north of Kyiv, and along the Black Sea coast. Joint military exercises positioned troops within striking distance of the capital. Western leaders scrambled to deter aggression. Calls, visits, and sanctions threats multiplied. But Putin's calculus was not deterrence. It was domination. For him, Ukraine was both symbol and strategy, the missing piece of the empire he sought to resurrect. In mid-February, cyber attacks hit Ukrainian banks and government websites, disabling access and spreading confusion. At the same time, pro-Russian media in the occupied Donbass launched disinformation campaigns claiming that Ukrainian forces were preparing an attack. Civilians in separatist areas were evacuated into Russia. Staged footage showed buses of families fleeing imaginary shelling. It was the classic choreography of provocation. The world watched, paralyzed between disbelief and déjà vu. On February 21st, Putin delivered a furious televised address that lasted nearly an hour. He denied Ukraine's legitimacy, called it an artificial creation of Lenin, and recognized the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics as independent states. The performance was equal parts history lesson and declaration of war. 3 days later, the words turned to fire. At dawn on February 24, 2022, the sky over Ukraine lit up with explosions. Cruise missiles struck airfields, radar stations, and cities from Kharkiv to Lviv. Russian troops poured across the borders from the north, east, and south. Columns of tanks rolled toward Kiev. Paratroopers descended near airports. Putin announced a special military operation aimed at demilitarization and denazification. The euphemisms fooled no one. The largest invasion in Europe since World War II had begun. The world awoke to disbelief. In Kiev, sirens wailed as residents crowded into metro stations converted into bomb shelters. Mothers clutched children under flickering lights. Elderly men wept quietly, remembering earlier wars they had sworn would never return. Zelensky refused evacuation offers from Western allies, famously replying, "I need ammunition, not a ride." His defiance became an instant rallying cry. Ukraine would not fall without a fight. The Kremlin had expected a blitzkrieg, a swift decapitation of Kiev's government, a puppet regime installed within days. Instead, Russian columns stalled in ambushes on frozen highways. Civilians blocked roads with tractors. Grandmothers confronted soldiers with bare hands. Ukrainian troops, armed with Western-supplied Javelin and NLAW missiles, turned convoys into wrecks. The capital held. The myth of Russian invincibility cracked. Within a week, it was clear that the war Putin imagined would last hours would stretch into months, then years. Globally, the invasion ignited shock and solidarity. Massive demonstrations erupted across Europe and North America. Ukrainian flags draped public squares from Berlin to Buenos Aires. Governments imposed unprecedented sanctions on Russia's banks, industries, and elites. Western companies fled overnight. The ruble plummeted. NATO, once described by critics as brain-dead, found new unity. Weapons and humanitarian aid flowed into Ukraine. Yet for all the support, the fighting remained brutal and immediate. Cities were bombed, civilians targeted, neighborhoods erased. The Kremlin's campaign of liberation revealed itself as terror. In Mariupol, a port city on the Azov Sea, Russian forces encircled and besieged residents for weeks. Hospitals, schools, and theaters marked children were bombed into dust. The Azov-style steel plant, turned fortress by Ukrainian defenders, became a global symbol of endurance. Across the country, millions fled westward, into Poland, Romania, Moldova, and beyond, creating Europe's largest refugee crisis since 1945. Yet even as people fled, others returned to fight. The volunteer spirit of Maidan was reborn in uniform. In Kiev, the first phase of invasion failed. Russian troops, bogged down by logistics and ambushes, withdrew from the north by early April. But the retreat revealed horror. In Bucha, Irpin, and Borodyanka, evidence of massacres surfaced. Civilians executed, hands bound, bodies left in streets. The images shocked the world and hardened Ukraine's resolve. The war was no longer about territory. It was about humanity itself. By the summer of 2022, the conflict had shifted eastward into a grinding war of attrition. Cities like Severodonetsk and Lysychansk fell after months of bombardment. Others held on. Western military aid expanded to include heavy artillery, drones, and precision systems like the HIMARS. Ukraine's resistance became a symbol of democratic endurance. In capitals across the globe, people who had never before spoken of Ukraine now knew its name, its colors, its will to live free. Back in Kiev, the nights were darker, the sirens less startling. Life adjusted to war. Cafes reopened, children played in courtyards, couples married in uniform. The surreal became routine. Zelensky addressed parliaments worldwide through video screens, his green t-shirt and weary eyes becoming the face of defiance. His speeches invoked not only patriotism but universality. Light will win over darkness. Truth will win over lies. For the first time in decades, Ukraine was not a borderland, but the moral center of the world. The countdown to invasion had ended, but the era it began was far from over. Russia's failure to conquer Ukraine swiftly ensured a longer, bloodier struggle, one that would reshape the 21st century. The illusion of peace that had persisted since Minsk II was gone forever, replaced by a brutal clarity. For Ukraine, there was no turning back. The storm had arrived, and they were standing in its heart. The spring of 2022 revealed what winter's terror had concealed, that Ukraine had not merely survived the onslaught, it had defied history. Against one of the largest armies on earth, with odds that bordered on the absurd, Ukraine held the line. The failed siege of Kyiv became a turning point, not just in the war, but in the world's imagination. The capital that was supposed to fall in 3 days stood firm into April, and by May, Russian forces were retreating north in disarray. The narrative of empire had fractured, and a new one, of resistance, had taken its place. Kyiv's defense was not a miracle. It was the result of 8 years of quiet preparation since 2014. The army rebuilt after the Donbass War had learned from every defeat. Volunteer battalions had become integrated brigades, trained and equipped with modern weapons. NATO instructors had reshaped command structures. New communication systems connected front lines and headquarters with unprecedented efficiency. What Russia faced in 2022 was no longer the disorganized army of 2014, but a hardened, decentralized force capable of adapting faster than its invaders. The city's geography also conspired in its defense. Kyiv's rivers, forests, and suburbs became natural fortresses. Civilians turned every street into an obstacle course, destroying bridges, erecting barricades, and marking road signs with misleading directions for Russian troops. Farmers towed away abandoned tanks. Residents threw Molotov cocktails from balconies. The resistance was total, improvisational, and deeply personal. This was not just an army's fight, it was a nation's awakening. The Battle of Kyiv crystallized Ukraine's defiance into global solidarity. As Russian convoys stalled and morale broke, Western nations began shipping weapons at an unprecedented rate. Anti-tank missiles, drones, and ammunition crossed the Polish border daily. Volunteers from around the world arrived to join the International Legion, a modern echo of those who once fought fascism in Spain. The blue and yellow flag appeared in city squares from Tokyo to Toronto. Ukraine had become a mirror in which the world saw its own struggle between freedom and tyranny reflected. But victory came at a price. Towns like Bucha, Irpin, and Hostomel, liberated after weeks of occupation, revealed the horror left behind. Mass graves, burnt homes, executed civilians. The world recoiled as journalists documented atrocities reminiscent of a darker century. Putin's special operation had exposed its true nature, not liberation, but annihilation. The discovery of war crimes galvanized the international community, uniting even those who had once doubted the need for confrontation. Europe, long divided by energy dependence and pragmatism, began to act with moral clarity. In April 2022, the European Union announced its first comprehensive sanctions targeting Russia's banks, elites, and energy exports. Oligarchs' yachts were seized, assets frozen, and airspace closed. NATO, revitalized by the invasion, deployed thousands of troops to Eastern Europe and accelerated the accession process for Finland and Sweden. The alliance that Putin had sought to weaken was suddenly expanding at his doorstep. History, once again, had a sense of irony. Meanwhile, Ukraine's unity deepened. In a country often divided by language and region, the invasion erased old boundaries. Russian-speaking cities like Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, and Odessa, long thought vulnerable to Moscow's propaganda, became fortresses of defiance. Their citizens switched languages mid-sentence, not out of nationalism, but conviction. "We are Ukrainians," said a shopkeeper in Odessa, "and that means we fight." The war had transformed identity from a question of culture into one of conscience. Zelensky's leadership during these months redefined modern statesmanship. Appearing nightly in grainy videos from the streets of Kyiv, dressed in military green, he spoke not as a politician, but as a man among his people. His speeches to parliaments worldwide, British, American, Israeli, Japanese, were tailored to each audience, invoking Shakespeare, Pearl Harbor, the Holocaust, Hiroshima. His message was consistent. This is not only our war. It is the war of everyone who values freedom. The rhetoric of democracy, once tired and abstract, found new life in his words. Russia's failures around Kyiv forced it to recalibrate. By late spring, the Kremlin announced it would focus on liberating the Donbass. In reality, this was a retreat disguised as strategy. Russian forces withdrew from northern Ukraine, leaving devastation in their wake, and redeployed eastward for a new offensive. Cities like Mariupol, Severodonetsk, and Lysychansk became symbols of grinding attrition. The siege of Mariupol, in particular, etched itself into collective memory. For nearly 3 months, defenders held out in the Azovstal steel plant, trapped beneath collapsing concrete as bombs rained above. Their resistance, broadcast in videos recorded by flashlight, inspired a world and enraged the Kremlin. When they finally surrendered, starving and exhausted, they were hailed not as prisoners, but as heroes. In the West, the scale of the war's human cost began to sink in. By mid-2022, over 6 million refugees had fled Ukraine, while millions more were internally displaced. Yet, unlike past refugee crises, this exodus sparked empathy, not fear. Families in Poland, Germany, and beyond opened their homes. Communities organized aid drives. Children painted Ukrainian flags in schoolyards. The war had redrawn Europe's moral geography. The border between East and West was no longer ideological, it was humanitarian. Meanwhile, Russia's economy, though battered by sanctions, adapted through repression and propaganda. Dissent was criminalized, independent media silenced, words like war banned by decree. Putin framed the conflict as a crusade against Western decadence, transforming isolation into ideology. But cracks appeared. Protests erupted in distant provinces, coffins returned to villages, and whispers of discontent spread through families who had believed the lies until their sons never came home. Through it all, Ukraine endured. Its energy grid, frequently bombed, was patched and repatched by engineers working under fire. Farmers harvested wheat wearing bulletproof vests. Teachers held classes underground. The phrase "Ukraine will stand" became both mantra and prophecy. It was not denial. It was defiance. By the summer's end, the world had begun to understand that this war was not a regional conflict, but a hinge of history. The rules-based order born after 1945, the illusion of a peaceful Europe, the complacency of democracies, all were being tested on Ukrainian soil. The outcome would determine not just borders, but the moral direction of the century. And yet, amid the rubble and ruin, the human spirit persisted. In liberated villages, children painted bomb shelters with sunflowers. Orchestras performed in subway stations. Weddings were held on front lines. "We live because we love," a bride said, her veil lifting in the wind of a nearby explosion. It was not naivety. It was rebellion. Ukraine had not only defended its land, it had reignited the world's faith in courage. The next chapter would see that courage turn from endurance to counterattack. The tide, at last, was about to shift. By the middle of 2022, the Russian invasion had entered its cruel equilibrium. The initial shock had passed, the lines had hardened, and the world's attention risked drifting elsewhere. Yet inside Ukraine, something remarkable was taking shape. The same country that had been expected to fall in days was now preparing to strike back. The coming months would prove that the war's early miracles were not accidents of fate, but manifestations of endurance and intelligence. Ukraine was about to turn defense into counter-offense. The shift began quietly in the corridors of Kyiv's general staff. Ukrainian intelligence, aided by Western surveillance, began mapping Russian logistics with surgical precision. Every depot, bridge and rail line feeding the invaders was identified. The introduction of HIMARS, high-mobility artillery rocket systems provided by the United States, changed the geometry of war. Suddenly, Ukraine could hit targets far behind the front lines with pinpoint accuracy. Ammunition dumps that had supplied entire divisions erupted in chain-fire explosions visible for miles. What had once been a war of endurance began to tilt towards strategy. But the counteroffensive was not merely about weapons, it was about psychology. For months, Russia had relied on the illusion of inevitability, an empire's presumption that time would erode resistance. By August 2022, that illusion began to crack. Ukrainian special forces launched daring raids behind enemy lines, striking bridges across the Dnipro River and disrupting Russian supply routes to Kherson. The occupied city, once a showcase for Moscow's propaganda, was now isolated and trembling. The countdown to liberation had begun. Still, the Ukrainian command understood that victory required deception. Through the summer, officials hinted at a grand offensive in the south, statements amplified across media and reinforced by limited attacks. Russian commanders took the bait, diverting troops from the northeast to reinforce Kherson. Then, in early September, lightning struck elsewhere. In a maneuver that stunned the world, Ukrainian forces launched a surprise assault in the Kharkiv region. Moving fast and light through forested terrain, they shattered thin Russian lines that had been left undefended. Villages that had endured occupation for months were liberated in hours. By the fifth day, Ukrainian units had advanced more than 100 kilometers, retaking strategic towns like Balaklia, Kupiansk, and Izium, names that would become synonymous with reversal. The Russian front collapsed so completely that abandoned tanks and uniforms littered the roads. Civilians emerged from basements waving flags they had hidden since February, sobbing in disbelief. The offensive's speed was breathtaking, its message unmistakable. The myth of Russian dominance was broken. Across the world, analysts scrambled to comprehend what had happened. Western media, once cautious, began speaking of momentum. Military experts hailed the campaign as a masterpiece of modern warfare, a combination of intelligence, mobility, and morale. It was not just victory on the battlefield, it was a triumph of narrative. For the first time, Ukraine was no longer merely surviving. It was dictating the tempo of the war. In Kherson, Russian commanders now faced encirclement. Cut off from resupply by Ukrainian strikes on the Antonivsky Bridge and the Dnipro crossings, their position became untenable. Through the autumn, Ukrainian artillery and partisans relentlessly targeted Russian depots and patrols. Residents in occupied areas sent coordinates through encrypted apps. Taxi drivers became informants, farmers became saboteurs. It was a national insurgency, invisible yet unstoppable. Every day brought new explosions in Russian rear areas, ammunition depots igniting, generals dying in mysterious accidents, collaborators vanishing. The occupation rotted from within. In November 2022, after weeks of mounting pressure, Russian troops abandoned Kherson, retreating to the river's eastern bank. When Ukrainian forces entered the city on November 11th, they were greeted with tears and flowers. People danced in the streets despite the cold. Church bells rang across the battered skyline. "We waited 8 months for you," one elderly woman told soldiers, clutching their hands. "Now we can breathe." It was liberation not just of land, but of dignity. The fall of Kherson marked a strategic and symbolic victory. It was the only regional capital Russia had captured since the invasion, and now it was gone. Putin, humiliated, attempted to spin the withdrawal as a tactical redeployment, but no euphemism could disguise the truth. The Kremlin had been beaten in open battle. Inside Russia, cracks deepened. Military bloggers raged against the incompetence of generals. Recruitment drives faltered. Draft offices were set ablaze. The empire's machinery of fear was straining under the weight of its own lies. As the front lines shifted, winter returned. Unable to win on the ground, Russia turned to the sky. From October onward, waves of missile and drone attacks targeted Ukraine's power grid, water systems, and heating infrastructure. Cities plunged into darkness, millions faced freezing nights without electricity. Yet the strategy backfired. Far from breaking morale, it hardened it. People lit candles in kitchens, shared generators, and joked that the lack of power only made their resolve brighter. "We have no light," a Kyiv resident wrote on social media, "but we are not in darkness." Internationally, Ukraine's success reignited support. The European Union approved new aid packages. The US Congress passed billions in military assistance. Britain and Poland intensified training programs. Even countries once hesitant to antagonize Russia, like Germany, began supplying heavy armor. The old fear of escalation was giving way to recognition. Ukraine's survival was Europe's security. Meanwhile, inside Russia, the regime tightened its grip. In September 2022, Putin announced a partial mobilization, drafting hundreds of thousands of reservists. The move sparked panic. Men fled the country en masse, airports jammed with one-way flights to Georgia and Kazakhstan. The mobilization brought new troops, but no new spirit. Poorly trained, ill-equipped, and unwilling, they were sent to the front like cannon fodder. Russia's strength was now numerical, not moral, and numbers alone could not win the war. By year's end, Ukraine stood bloodied but unbroken. Half its energy grid lay in ruins. Cities like Bakhmut endured relentless shelling. Yet the country had reclaimed more than half of the territory lost since February. The war that had begun as an attempt to erase Ukraine from the map had instead redrawn the world's understanding of freedom. Kyiv's winter lights flickered again, powered by patched transformers and unyielding hope. Children caroled in bomb shelters. Artists painted murals on ruins. Zelensky, visiting Kherson days after its liberation, stood before cheering crowds and said, "This is the beginning of the end." Whether prophecy or defiance, the words carried the resonance of truth. The tide had turned. The year 2022 closed not in peace, but in purpose. Ukraine had done more than resist. It had reclaimed history. Its victories, Kharkiv, Kherson, proved that courage could alter destiny, that unity could defy empire, and that even in the darkest winter, the human spirit remained unconquered. By the start of 2023, Ukraine was living between exhaustion and endurance. The euphoria of liberation from Kherson had faded into the long, grinding labor of survival. The front lines were frozen in both geography and temperature, but beneath the frost, the war still burned. Russia, humiliated by battlefield defeats, had shifted its strategy from conquest to attrition. If it could not subdue Ukraine's will, it would try to suffocate it. Missiles became Moscow's new soldiers. Almost nightly, waves of Caliber and Iskander missiles, along with Iranian-made Shahed 136 drones, roared toward Ukrainian cities. Power plants, water facilities, and hospitals were targeted with mathematical cruelty. Entire neighborhoods vanished in seconds, apartment blocks crumbled like sand. Yet every morning, as rescue workers dug through rubble, Ukrainians rebuilt. The resilience that had startled the world in 2022 became routine. It was no longer heroism, it was habit. In Kyiv, the hum of generators replaced the rhythm of traffic. Candles glowed in windows. People joked that they had learned to cook, work, and love by flashlight. In the Donbas, soldiers fought and froze simultaneously. The city of Bakhmut, a small industrial hub with little strategic value, became the symbol of this stage of the war. For months, Russian forces, led by the Wagner Group, hurled wave after wave of mercenaries against Ukrainian defenders entrenched in shattered buildings. The battle consumed thousands of lives for mere meters of ground. Yet Ukraine refused to withdraw, not because of the city's importance, but because of its meaning. Every day they held Bakhmut. They disproved the myth that Russia could grind them into submission. Internationally, the war's second year began to reshape alliances and economies. Western nations tightened sanctions, cutting deeper into Russia's oil and gas revenues. The European Union, once dependent on Russian energy, accelerated its pivot toward renewables and alternate suppliers. What Putin had envisioned as leverage had turned into isolation. Meanwhile, the ruble's artificial stability masked internal decay. Factories halted, imports vanished, and technological industries crumbled under the weight of sanctions. The Fortress Russia narrative became its own prison. Inside Russia, propaganda compensated for despair. State television blared narratives of Western decadence and Russian destiny, portraying Ukraine as both victim and villain. The word war remained banned, but everyone knew the truth. The number of funerals in distant villages told a story that no censorship could conceal. Mothers whispered of missing sons, wives received sealed coffins, and the promise of victory shrank to the size of a television screen. In contrast, Ukraine's narrative was global, visible, and luminous. Its flag adorned parliaments, stadiums, and art galleries across the world. Musicians performed benefit concerts, fashion houses incorporated Ukrainian embroidery into their designs, and the word resilience became synonymous with the nation's name. Where Russia had sought to erase identity, Ukraine had turned identity into resistance. As winter deepened, international support intensified. In January 2023, after months of debate, Western allies agreed to supply main battle tanks, the German Leopard 2, British Challenger 2, and later American Abrams. The decision marked a new phase of Western involvement. What had begun as cautious assistance had evolved into full partnership. The West was no longer arming a victim, it was equipping an ally. Each new shipment of armor, artillery, and air defense systems carried both strategic and symbolic weight. The free world had chosen its side. Zelensky's visits to Washington, London, and Brussels turned him into a global statesman. Standing before the US Congress in December 2022, wearing his now iconic olive sweater, he declared, "Your money is not charity. It's an investment in global security." The speech earned a standing ovation, not for rhetoric, but for truth. Ukraine's defense had become the defense of the international order itself. For Western democracies long mired in division, this clarity was revolutionary. The winter campaign also revealed the emerging fracture within Russia's own war machine. The Wagner Group, led by oligarch mercenary Yevgeny Prigozhin, clashed with the Russian Ministry of Defense over strategy and supply. Prigozhin's forces, composed of convicts and veterans, fought with brutal efficiency, but also staggering losses. His public denunciations of generals signaled cracks in the Kremlin's facade. The myth of Putin's infallible control was unraveling from within. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Ukrainian soldiers fought a war of movement and meaning. They named their drones after lovers, their trenches after jokes, their rifles after friends lost. The absurdity of war became the glue of community. A soldier in Bakhmut was quoted saying, "If we are to die, let it be standing." That sentence traveled the world like a whisper and a vow. Behind the lines, Ukraine's economy adapted with ingenuity. Factories relocated westward, IT companies continued operating from bunkers, and farmers harvested grain under fire. The global food crisis, triggered by Russia's blockade of the Black Sea, was mitigated by the UN-brokered grain deal, allowing shipments through Odessa's ports. For a time, the deal symbolized fragile cooperation amid carnage, But Moscow weaponized even that, periodically suspending access to extract concessions. Still, Ukraine's determination to feed the world while starving for peace became an act of quiet defiance. Culturally, the war had transformed Ukrainians into archivists of their own survival. Artists painted on shrapnel, photographers documented ruins like relics, poets wrote in bomb shelters. The conflict was not only being fought, it was being recorded, line by line, image by image, ensuring that memory itself would outlast propaganda. History, so often written by victors, was now being authored by survivors. By March 2023, Bakhmut remained contested, its streets reduced to lunar landscapes of rubble. Russia claimed progress, Ukraine denied defeat, and the city became less a place than a principle. Every meter held there bought time for the next offensive, the next chance to reclaim ground elsewhere. Bakhmut holds became both slogan and prayer. It encapsulated the entire war, the endurance of the human will against the machinery of destruction. Internationally, fatigue began to mix with admiration. Western publics, struggling with inflation and energy costs, questioned the war's duration. Yet the moral line remained clear. Each Russian missile that struck an apartment block reignited outrage. Each Ukrainian counterattack renewed belief. The world had learned that indifference was complicity, and Ukraine's fight had become a mirror in which democracies measured their courage. By spring, the snow melted into mud, and both armies prepared for another campaign. The front lines stretched like scars across the map, but in Kiev the lights stayed on, faint and flickering, yet undeniably bright. The message to the world was unchanged. Ukraine would not surrender, not because victory was certain, but because existence itself was non-negotiable. The Battle of Bakhmut, the blackouts, the drones, all were fragments of a larger truth. The war had ceased to be about territory. It was now about time, how long a nation could hold, how long the world would care, how long tyranny could endure before truth overtook it. The answers were still unwritten, but in every act of defiance, in every rebuilt home and buried child, Ukraine was already shaping them. By mid-2023, the war had entered a new dimension, no longer a sprint for survival, but a marathon for endurance. Ukraine had defied annihilation, reclaimed vast stretches of land, and exposed Russia's weaknesses. Yet victory, that elusive word, still shimmered somewhere beyond the horizon. The front lines had hardened into a labyrinth of trenches and craters, but the real battle had moved deeper, into technology, global politics, and the willpower of nations. The term "long war" began to circulate among strategists and soldiers alike. What had once been an unthinkable emergency was now a daily condition. Ukraine's population had adapted to it with grim fluency. Schools operated in shifts between air raid alerts, hospitals functioned with backup generators, and weddings were planned around missile schedules. The extraordinary had become ordinary. This was the price of resilience, the transformation of chaos into routine. The Ukrainian armed forces had evolved beyond recognition. What began in 2014 as a patchwork of volunteers and underfunded brigades was now a sophisticated hybrid army, a fusion of conventional warfare, cyber defense, and precision intelligence. Drones became the new artillery. Code became the new weapon. Every field commander carried a tablet linked to real-time battlefield data. Every drone pilot a laptop that could strike with surgical accuracy. Technology had democratized warfare. A 20-year-old coder could now influence a battle as much as a tank commander. International aid fueled this metamorphosis. The United States, United Kingdom, Poland, Germany, and France became arteries in Ukraine's supply chain, providing advanced systems like the Patriot air defense, Leopard 2 tanks, and Storm Shadow cruise missiles. Training programs expanded across Europe, creating a new generation of Ukrainian officers steeped in NATO doctrine. The old Soviet playbook was gone, replaced by a doctrine of adaptability. Every engagement was a lesson, every loss a data point. In the sky, the war of innovation intensified. Russia's reliance on Iranian drones and outdated missiles contrasted sharply with Ukraine's inventive countermeasures. Engineers repurposed commercial drones into lethal swarms, capable of tracking tanks or dropping grenades into open hatches. Artificial intelligence was quietly integrated into targeting systems, compressing decision cycles from minutes to seconds. The war had become a laboratory of 21st century warfare, a brutal demonstration of what the next generation of conflicts might look like. But Ukraine's greatest strength remained its unity. Across cities scarred by shelling, civic life persisted with astonishing vibrancy. Bookstores sold out of Ukrainian poetry, theaters staged plays in bomb shelters, and graffiti artists painted over ruins with defiant slogans. The war had not silenced culture, it had sharpened it. "We are alive," read one mural in Dnipro, painted across the shell of a destroyed apartment block. "And that is our victory." Meanwhile, Russia struggled to convert occupation into governance. The territories it still controlled, parts of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia and Kherson, were zones of terror and resistance. Partisan networks flourished behind enemy lines, sabotaging railways and assassinating collaborators. Moscow's attempts to Russify the regions, changing curricula, issuing passports, replacing currency, only deepened defiance. Each act of coercion reaffirmed Ukrainian identity. Empire once projected outward was now imploding under the weight of its own violence. Diplomatically, the world's stance toward the conflict had matured from sympathy to strategy. What began as moral outrage had crystallized into long-term planning. Western governments no longer asked whether to support Ukraine, but how to sustain it indefinitely. The G7 formed coordinated task forces for reconstruction, energy independence, and war crimes documentation. International courts issued arrest warrants for Putin and senior officials, signaling that justice, though delayed, would not be denied. Yet global unity was not without strain. Some nations in the global south, weary of Western dominance, began voicing fatigue with the war's economic ripple effects. Fuel shortages, inflation, disrupted trade. Russian diplomacy exploited this, framing the conflict as a proxy war that hurt the developing world. In Africa and Asia, state media amplified narratives of Western hypocrisy, invoking colonial memories to erode support for sanctions. The information war, though less visible than the one fought with missiles, was equally fierce. Inside Ukraine, fatigue coexisted with ferocity. Millions displaced by war began returning home, rebuilding towns brick by brick. Women assumed leadership roles in logistics, politics, and defense. Children grew up fluent in both languages of modern Ukraine, speech and sirens. Sociologists noted a transformation. Patriotism had matured into purpose. "We no longer dream of peace," one teacher in Lviv said. "We work for victory." The summer counteroffensive of 2023 became the year's focal point. After months of preparation, Ukrainian forces launched coordinated assaults across the southern front, aiming to sever Russia's land bridge to Crimea. The battles near Robotyne and Tokmak were fierce and costly, fought against minefields stretching for kilometers. Progress was measured not in towns captured, but in lines weakened, morale eroded, and logistics disrupted. It was not the swift liberation of 2022, but a grinding war of endurance, inch by inch, nerve by nerve. International commentators debated the pace. Some Western analysts, conditioned by cinematic expectations, mistook patience for stagnation. But Ukraine understood the calculus. Every meter reclaimed without collapse was a victory of method over madness. "We are fighting not for days," said a Ukrainian officer, "but for generations." The phrase spread like a quiet anthem across the front. By autumn, Ukrainian drones struck deep inside Russia. Airfields in Belgorod, Kursk, even Moscow itself. For the first time, Russians felt the distant echo of the war they had unleashed. The illusion of safety within the empire's heart cracked. Putin's regime responded with repression, arrests, and televised fury, but no decree could hide the tremor in his tone. The hunter was learning fear. Meanwhile, in the world's capitals, the geopolitical map continued to shift. Finland officially joined NATO in April 2023, ending decades of neutrality. Sweden followed soon after. The alliance that had once hesitated to expand was now encircling Russia's borders with resolve. What began as a regional conflict had redrawn the security architecture of Europe. Putin's quest to weaken NATO had achieved the opposite: its revival. Throughout that year, the war's paradox deepened. The more Ukraine suffered, the stronger its moral claim became. The more Russia bombed, the smaller its empire felt. It was a contest not only of armies, but of meanings, between those who built and those who burned. And though the outcome remained uncertain, the direction of history was unmistakable. By the end of 2023, Ukraine stood weary but defiant. Cities pulsed with the rhythm of recovery and readiness. Soldiers rotated home to applause. Volunteers continued their endless work. The year had proven one thing beyond doubt. The nation born from rebellion and tempered by invasion had become indestructible in spirit. The war had entered its long phase, but in every ruined church, every repaired bridge and every whispered prayer, there was evidence of something indestructible, a faith not in victory's immediacy, but in its inevitability. By the dawn of 2024, the war had expanded far beyond the borders of Ukraine. It was no longer confined to trenches and missile strikes. It had infiltrated economies, elections, and ideologies across the world. What began as a regional invasion had evolved into a struggle over the architecture of global order itself. The question was no longer simply who would win on the battlefield, but which vision of the future would survive. In Kyiv, the rhythm of air raid sirens had become as familiar as church bells. Citizens no longer flinched when they wailed. They paused, checked their phones for impact zones, then continued their work. The city was both a capital and a fortress, its skyline scarred but alive. Cafes reopened between power outages, art galleries displayed paintings made from shrapnel, and soldiers on leave read poetry on subway platforms. The coexistence of terror and tenderness had become a national art form. Across the front, Ukrainian forces pressed on with their slow, deliberate counteroffensive. Each meter of ground gained was paid for in blood and strategy. The battlefields of Zaporizhia and Donetsk became synonymous with attrition, the kind of warfare that consumed men and machines at equal pace. Yet even in exhaustion, Ukraine maintained initiative. Its generals spoke of time as their ally. Russia's resources were finite, its morale eroding, its alliances brittle. The longer the war lasted, the clearer the imbalance became. Moscow was fighting not only a nation but an age. Diplomatically, 2024 was the year of fractures and alignments. The Global South, a mosaic of nations once silent on the conflict, began asserting its voice. Some leaders, from India to Brazil, called for a balanced peace, emphasizing neutrality over justice. Others, like Japan, Poland, and the Baltic states, argued that neutrality in the face of aggression was complicity. The world's moral geography was being redrawn. Lines no longer separated East and West, but courage and complacency. In Beijing, officials spoke of peace initiatives, though their proposals subtly favored Russian narratives. China's diplomatic ambiguity became a strategy in itself, positioning it as mediator while shielding Moscow from isolation. Trade between the two autocracies deepened, with Russian oil flowing eastward in exchange for technology and political cover. Yet beneath the choreography of partnership, suspicion lingered. History had taught both regimes that alliances of convenience never last longer than mutual need. The United States and Europe, meanwhile, wrestled with their own contradictions. Elections in Western capitals reflected fatigue with foreign wars and economic strain. Populist politicians exploited the narrative of war fatigue, suggesting that Ukraine's struggle was a costly distraction. But every Russian missile that struck a hospital or school reignited public outrage, forcing leaders to reaffirm support. Zelensky's government navigated this delicate balance skillfully, offering gratitude without dependence and partnership without submission. Ukraine had ceased to be an object of pity. It had become an equal in purpose. The information war was perhaps the most insidious front of all. Russian disinformation networks spread through social media with viral precision, blending lies with half-truths, narratives of Western hypocrisy, Ukrainian corruption, and pointless sanctions found audiences not just in Moscow, but in Berlin, Paris, and even Washington. Ukraine responded not with censorship, but with transparency. Journalists were embedded at the front, officials live-streamed briefings, and fact-checkers became national celebrities. Truth had become a weapon, a shield against cynicism. Inside Russia, truth was treason. The regime tightened control over every word and image. Casualty numbers were state secrets. Criticism was equated with terrorism. Yet cracks showed through the concrete. Mothers of conscripts gathered in silent vigils, holding photographs of sons missing in action. Anonymous soldiers posted videos from the front, exposing decayed morale and logistical chaos. Even pro-Kremlin bloggers, once loyal propagandists, began questioning the leadership's competence. Fear was still the law, but faith in the war was dying. As the front lines ground on, the economic war deepened. Sanctions cut through Russia's industries like frost through crops. The nation survived on shadow trade, selling discounted oil to China, India, and Middle Eastern intermediaries. But its technological base eroded. Microchips, machine tools, and aviation parts vanished from supply chains. Planes grounded for lack of maintenance, factories cannibalized equipment, and inflation gnawed at the ruble's facade. The illusion of autarky faded. A state that had promised invincibility was now addicted to improvisation. In Europe, adaptation bred transformation. The energy crisis of 2022 had catalyzed unprecedented innovation. Solar farms rose across Germany and Spain. LNG terminals dotted the Baltic coast. What had begun as emergency independence from Russian gas became a revolution in energy security. For the first time in decades, Europe's dependency had turned to autonomy. The Kremlin's greatest leverage had evaporated. Meanwhile, Ukraine's cultural renaissance flourished in defiance of destruction. Film festivals screened documentaries shot by soldiers. Painters exhibited canvases made with ashes and debris. The world's museums displayed Ukrainian art not as artifacts of tragedy, but as proof of survival. The nation's identity, long dismissed as peripheral, had become central to global consciousness. In classrooms from New York to Seoul, students learned names like Mariupol and Bucha, symbols of both suffering and strength. By mid-2024, Ukraine had become more than a country at war. It had become an idea. Its struggle redefined courage for a generation that had grown cynical about freedom. The moral clarity once reserved for textbooks had returned to the living world. Democracy, once treated as a convenience, was being rediscovered as a responsibility. Still, the toll was immense. Millions remained displaced, industries crippled, and cities scarred beyond recognition. Yet even in ruin, there was order. Reconstruction efforts began amid bombardment. Roads were rebuilt, power restored, schools reopened in basements. International donors coordinated with local councils, not to impose vision, but to amplify resilience. "We are not victims," a mayor in Chernihiv said. "We are builders who were interrupted." On the diplomatic front, talk of negotiation resurfaced periodically. Putin's regime floated proposals through intermediaries, ceasefires, territorial compromises, security guarantees. But Ukraine, hardened by betrayal, refused anything that resembled surrender. "We cannot trade our children's future for temporary peace," Zelensky declared. His words resonated across the world, reminding allies that compromise with tyranny is merely deferred conquest. As 2024 advanced, the war's trajectory remained uncertain, but its meaning grew sharper. Russia still occupied territory, still launched missiles, but it had lost the narrative. Ukraine, bloodied yet unbowed, had achieved something rarer than victory: moral dominance. The world no longer doubted its legitimacy or its resilience. The only question left was time. Time for liberation. Time for justice. Time for history to catch up with courage. By late 2024, Ukraine had entered a new phase of its war, not defined by sudden offensives or collapsing front lines, but by the slow, deliberate act of remaking a nation amid destruction. The world had grown accustomed to maps colored in shifting reds and blues, yet the true transformation was taking place in the gray zones, in the hearts of survivors, the rebuilding of homes, the classrooms revived under flickering lights. This was the quiet revolution, reconstruction as resistance. Across Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Mykolaiv, cranes dotted the skyline like skeletal symbols of rebirth. Construction crews worked beside soldiers on leave. Volunteers cleared rubble where children once played. International aid flowed through hundreds of projects. Schools rebuilt with Scandinavian wood. Hospitals refitted with German equipment. Roads resurfaced by Polish engineers. But the spirit behind it was not foreign generosity. It was Ukrainian determination. Every repaired window, every restored waterline was an act of defiance against annihilation. The Ukrainian reconstruction plan, launched in partnership with the European Union, was unlike any post-war effort in modern memory. It was not merely about rebuilding infrastructure. It was about redefining the state itself. Transparency portals tracked every euro spent, and communities participated directly in decisions once reserved for ministries. The goal was to build a democracy that could not be dismantled by oligarchs or invaded by corruption. "We are rebuilding not what we had," one planner said, "but what we should have always been." Yet reconstruction was not only physical, it was cultural and emotional. Memorials rose across the nation, minimalist, raw, and deeply personal. In Bucha, a garden of steel sunflowers commemorated the victims of massacre. In Mariupol, artists painted murals over ruins, turning trauma into testimony. Museums began collecting artifacts from the war: children's drawings, bullet-riddled textbooks, fragments of missiles inscribed with prayers. The act of remembering became sacred, a bulwark against denial. Ukraine understood that forgetting was the first step toward repetition. Meanwhile, in Russia, the silence grew heavier. The regime maintained its control through fear, but cracks widened. Sanctions had hollowed the economy. Whispers of dissent spread through the elites. The once invincible image of Putin now appeared fragile, bound to a war he could neither win nor end. His televised speeches, once thunderous, had turned monotonous, haunted by the same justifications repeated like broken incantations. The empire that sought eternity was aging in real time. Globally, the conflict continued to shape a new world order. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, stood more unified than at any point since the Cold War. Defense budgets soared, military industries revived. Yet beyond arms, something more subtle had changed: the reawakening of shared purpose. Europe, long divided between pragmatism and principle, rediscovered its moral compass. "If Ukraine falls," said a statesman in Brussels, "we will be next, not in territory, but in conscience." At the same time, a quiet diplomatic realignment unfolded. China, wary of prolonged instability, began signaling strategic neutrality. India expanded humanitarian aid while preserving energy ties to Moscow. The global south, initially ambivalent, grew more engaged, seeing in Ukraine's endurance a mirror of its own post-colonial struggles. The narrative of empire and liberation transcended geography. It became universal. Inside Ukraine, life pressed on with a mixture of sorrow and celebration. The first post-war literary festivals resumed. Orchestras performed symphonies composed during blackouts. Soldiers on rotation visited classrooms, speaking not of victory, but of purpose. A new generation, children who had learned to write their names by candlelight, grew up speaking of freedom not as a dream, but as a duty. "We were born during war," one teenager said in an interview. "So peace will have to be something we make, not something we wait for." Economically, the nation faced paradox. War had devastated industries but ignited innovation. Startups flourished in cybersecurity, drone engineering, and green energy. Ukraine's tech sector, already vibrant before 2022, became the backbone of recovery. The slogan, "Made in Ukraine," appeared on everything from software to solar panels, carrying new meaning. The war had forced self-reliance, and with it, reinvention. But the heaviest reconstruction was invisible. It lived in families waiting for missing soldiers, in veterans haunted by trenches, in mothers who had buried sons and still baked bread for neighbors. Psychologists called it collective resilience. Priests called it faith. Whatever the name, it was the unseen infrastructure of survival. "We have learned," said a nurse in Kherson, "that hope is not a feeling, it is a skill." In international law, justice began to stir. The International Criminal Court continued its investigations into war crimes, gathering testimonies from liberated territories. Trials in absentia commenced against known perpetrators, sending a signal that impunity would no longer be tolerated. For Ukraine, justice was not revenge. It was the proof of civilization. Each courtroom became a counter-offensive in itself, reclaiming morality from the abyss. As 2025 approached, the war's front lines remained contested but less defining. The real struggle had migrated into the realm of endurance. Whether democracies could outlast dictatorships, whether truth could outshine propaganda, the answer increasingly was yes. Russia's aggression had inadvertently achieved the impossible. It had forged an unbreakable Ukrainian nation and revived a complacent Western alliance. Empires crumble not from defeat, but from the failure to understand the people they try to conquer. Putin's Russia was learning that lesson at immeasurable cost. And so, even as sirens continued to wail, Ukraine moved forward. Its cities glowed faintly at night, sometimes from electricity, sometimes from candlelight, but always from resolve. The war was not over, but the outcome was already inscribed in the hearts of its people. Freedom, once fragile, had become a living architecture. In the ruins of Irpin, a new park opened in late 2024. Children climbed over repurposed tank barriers painted in bright colors. Nearby, a plaque bore the inscription, "Here, we learned that peace is not the absence of war, but the presence of courage." It was the perfect summary of Ukraine's transformation, from occupied to defiant, from broken to reborn. The nation had not only survived history, it had begun to write it anew. When the war finally began to slow, not end, but slow, it did not arrive with trumpets or treaties. It came with silence, a silence so vast that it seemed to stretch across the plains of Zaporizhia and the ruined towers of Bakhmut, across the open graves of Mariupol and the reborn squares of Kyiv. The world had grown accustomed to sound, the thunder of artillery, the drone of sirens, the defiant anthem of a people unbroken. But when the guns paused, even briefly, The quiet felt foreign, almost unbearable. In that stillness, Ukraine counted what survival had cost. The numbers were beyond comprehension. Tens of thousands dead, millions displaced, entire cities erased. Yet statistics were the least honest form of memory. Behind every number was a face. A mother who buried her son beside the orchard he once played in. A soldier whose laughter survived only in videos. A child who learned to draw tanks before letters. The country had endured not just invasion, but transformation. It had been stripped to its essence, forced to define what it meant to exist. In Bucha, candles burned nightly along the main road, each flame a name. In Kherson, fishermen returned to the river, casting lines into waters still haunted by mines. In Odessa, orchestras played on beaches where soldiers once patrolled. The return of life was hesitant but relentless. Ukraine had discovered something paradoxical, that grief, when shared, could become strength. Internationally, the war's smoke had cleared enough for reflection. Economists calculated the damage, politicians spoke of reconstruction, but ordinary people, across continents, understood something deeper had shifted. They had watched a smaller nation hold back an empire, not through wealth or weapons alone, but through conviction. The war had shattered illusions of distance. It had made freedom visible again, tangible and fragile. The soldiers who returned home were not greeted as heroes in the mythic sense. They were greeted as survivors, as witnesses to what civilization costs when it must be defended. Many were missing limbs, but not purpose. Veterans became teachers, engineers, and activists, rebuilding the same towns they had once fought to save. In this new Ukraine, heroism was not loud. It was methodical, disciplined, every day. And yet, the trauma ran deep. Psychologists described it as a generational wound. Children drew skies filled with rockets. Couples hesitated to plan futures beyond months. But even trauma in Ukraine took on a peculiar resilience. Artists painted it, writers documented it, musicians turned it into lament and anthem. Pain was not suppressed. It was refined into narrative. For a nation long denied its story by others, this was an act of sovereignty. When global leaders visited Kiev in the months after the heaviest fighting, they often remarked on the city's vitality. The cafes, the laughter, the blooming chestnut trees. They mistook this for recovery, but it was something rarer. Defiance disguised as normalcy. Ukraine did not rebuild because it forgot. It rebuilt because it refused to die. The soldiers who still manned the eastern trenches spoke of time differently now. "We are not fighting for victory," one commander said quietly. "We are fighting so that one day our children will not need to." It was both statement and prayer, a redefinition of endurance not as suffering, but as inheritance. When dawn broke over Kiev in those tentative months of calm, the city looked scarred but alive, like a heart that had survived surgery. Birds returned to the Dnipro. Lights flickered across neighborhoods once darkened by missile strikes. Life moved forward, stumbling, limping, laughing. That was Ukraine's truest victory. Not conquest, not revenge, but the decision to continue. And somewhere, deep beneath the rubble, a new understanding took root, not of war, but of what peace must mean to those who have earned it. Reconstruction did not begin with grand plans or ribbon cuttings. It began with hands. Hands clearing debris, hands laying bricks, hands planting flowers in shattered courtyards. In Mykolaiv, old women swept glass from sidewalks every morning, as if tidiness itself were a form of prayer. In Kharkiv, students returned to universities missing roofs, attending lectures in classrooms lined with sandbags. In Irpin, children learned arithmetic in tents pitched beside the ruins of their schools. The rebuilding of Ukraine was not an event. It was a movement, measured not in cranes and concrete, but in collective will. The government's official reconstruction plan, drafted with international partners, resembled the blueprints of the Marshall Plan after World War II. But this time, the driving force came not from external saviors, but from within. Ukrainians refused to be portrayed as victims waiting for rescue. They demanded partnership, not charity. When donor conferences convened in London, Warsaw, and Brussels, Ukrainian mayors stood beside foreign ministers, detailing needs and visions with the confidence of equals. "We are not a blank page," one delegate declared. "We are the authors of our recovery." Money began to flow, not just from governments, but from communities abroad. Towns in Europe and North America adopted Ukrainian counterparts, funding hospitals, schools, and cultural centers. Architects from Japan to Sweden offered designs emphasizing sustainability and memory. Green cities rising from grey ashes, public spaces that honored both loss and resilience. The reconstruction of Mariupol, still a symbol of horror, became a project of hope, a future city built on the principle that beauty itself can be a form of defiance. But the truest reconstruction was intangible. The war had destroyed much of the old Ukraine, the bureaucratic stagnation, the political cynicism, the post-Soviet melancholy. In its place emerged a leaner, sharper sense of purpose. The generation that came of age under shellfire grew allergic to corruption, impatient with delay. They had seen what indifference cost. Many of them entered public service, journalism, and business determined to rebuild differently. "We learned to improvise under fire," said a young mayor from the Chernihiv region. "Now we improvise for peace." The digital revolution, born of necessity, became the backbone of reconstruction. The DIA platform, Ukraine's digital governance system, expanded into global recognition. Bureaucracy was streamlined, corruption tracked in real time, and transparency embedded into governance. For a country long haunted by inefficiency, this technological leap was liberation. Western observers began referring to it as the Kiev model, a blueprint for rebuilding not just cities, but trust. Internationally, Ukraine's renewal carried symbolic weight. For decades, post-conflict reconstruction had been framed as humanitarian aid. Ukraine reframed it as moral reciprocity. The free world, it argued, owed its freedom to those who defended it on the front lines. "You don't rebuild us out of kindness," Zelensky told a conference audience in 2024. "You rebuild because our endurance proved that democracy is still worth the cost." Culturally, the rebirth was dazzling. Artists who had painted during bombardments now exhibited in Venice and Paris. Ukrainian films, once regional curiosities, won international awards. Folk songs from the Carpathians echoed at festivals from Berlin to Buenos Aires. The Ukrainian language, long marginalized, became a symbol of identity and pride. Even in the East, where Russian once dominated daily life, people switched tongues without resentment. Language was no longer a political tool, it was a heartbeat. The diaspora played its part too. Ukrainians scattered across continents returned with new skills, investments, and visions. Tech engineers from Toronto opened startups in Lviv. Doctors from Berlin established clinics in Odessa. The exodus had become a reverse migration, each return a small homecoming in the nation's collective reconstruction. "We left to survive," one returning nurse said, "but we came back to live." As buildings rose and factories reopened, the deeper work of healing continued. Veterans programs expanded, trauma counseling became part of public policy, and education reform placed emotional literacy alongside mathematics and history. "Our children must understand what happened," a teacher in Sumy said, "but they must also learn that they can choose differently." By 2025, Ukraine's economy was growing faster than expected. Infrastructure investments created jobs. International trade routes reoriented toward Europe. The agricultural sector, long a victim of blockades, regained its rhythm. Wheat from Ukrainian fields once again fed the world, a poetic symmetry after years of siege. What Russia had sought to starve had become a source of sustenance. And yet, amid progress, the scars remained. Empty villages stood as memorials, and minefields stretched like invisible ghosts across farmland. Reconstruction, for all its triumphs, carried constant reminders of fragility. But perhaps that was the point. Ukraine had learned that resilience is not the absence of vulnerability. It is its transformation into purpose. In Kiev's Independence Square, a new monument was erected in 2025. It was simple, a circle of polished steel engraved with one word, Trivayemo. In Ukrainian, it means "we endure." It gleamed in the sunlight like a mirror, reflecting the faces of passers-by. Children touched it and saw their own reflections. It was not victory carved in stone, but perseverance cast in metal. The future of Ukraine was not to erase its past, but to rise through it, ash by ash, light by light. As Ukraine rebuilt its towns, the world around it began rebuilding its conscience. The war had not only redrawn borders, it had redrawn belief. In the years before the invasion, the word democracy had grown hollow, recited by politicians, doubted by citizens, diluted by comfort. But in Ukraine, that word had bled, and through its wounds, meaning returned. Watching Kiev stand while bombs fell reminded people everywhere that freedom, like life, must be renewed through struggle, and that realization reshaped the century. In Washington, Brussels, and Berlin, policymakers began to speak in a new register, less transactional, more moral. They had witnessed a truth that the 21st century's cynicism had tried to bury, that values without defense are decorations, and peace without justice is only silence. Ukraine's endurance became the proof of principle. NATO, once an alliance searching for purpose, had rediscovered it in the fire of Kiev's defiance. Finland and Sweden joined its ranks. Poland emerged as a regional pillar, and Eastern Europe, long the periphery, became the moral center of the Western world. For Russia, the consequences were existential. The empire that had sought to reclaim its past instead exposed its obsolescence. The Kremlin's war had accelerated everything it feared: NATO's expansion, Europe's unity, and the internal decay of authoritarianism. The myth of Russian inevitability, sustained for centuries by fear and grandeur, now crumbled into a cautionary tale. Even its allies began to distance themselves, recognizing that the shadow of Moscow was not protection, but contagion. The global balance of power, once measured in GDP and weapons, now tilted on perception. Ukraine, a nation smaller than many American states, had altered the moral geometry of the planet. Its courage had reframed strength itself, not as domination, but as endurance in truth. The age of empires was not over in military terms, but it had lost its narrative authority. Every missile that struck a Ukrainian hospital diminished the credibility of autocracy. Every rebuilt school in Kyiv illuminated the failure of intimidation. Meanwhile, the global South, long a stage for great power competition, found inspiration in Ukraine's defiance. Nations once wary of Western hypocrisy saw in Kyiv's struggle a mirror of their own histories. Commentators in Nairobi, Jakarta, and Lima compared Ukraine's resistance to their ancestors' anti-colonial movements. The slogans of independence found new voice. Freedom has no geography. The war had not been fought in their lands, yet its lessons were universal. The oppressed could defy the powerful not only through weapons, but through the sheer refusal to yield. China, ever watchful, absorbed its own calculus. The spectacle of Russia's humiliation made Beijing more cautious, its ambitions more subtle. The myth of inevitable authoritarian efficiency had fractured under Ukraine's proof of democratic adaptability. Democracies, when threatened, could be messy, but they could also be magnificent. The resilience of Ukraine became a warning to every regime that mistook fear for control. tyranny, it turned out, was brittle. For Western societies themselves, the war marked a strange form of renaissance. The decades of consumerism and apathy that followed the Cold War had dulled the sense of shared purpose. But the blue and yellow flags fluttering from balconies in Paris, London, and Toronto signaled something rediscovered, a longing to belong to something decent, something worth defending. Solidarity, once considered old-fashioned, had returned with a roar. People who had never known war began to understand peace as a gift, not a guarantee. Ukraine's leadership, particularly under Volodymyr Zelensky, became a case study in moral persuasion. His nightly addresses, translated into dozens of languages, replaced diplomatic jargon with clarity. "We are not special," he said in one of his later speeches. "We are just like you, until the bombs come." The simplicity of that statement struck deeper than strategy papers or summits. It reminded the world that democracy is not geography, it is behavior, chosen and repeated, especially when it hurts. In international forums, Ukraine began shaping more than its own destiny. It influenced the global dialogue on disinformation, cyber defense, and the ethics of resistance. The Kyiv Security Compact, proposed in 2025, introduced a model of long-term partnerships between democracies facing external threats. The idea was radical in its humility, that collective survival depended not on dominance, but on shared vulnerability. Nations that once competed for security began coordinating it. The very architecture of deterrence was evolving, from weapons toward awareness. But even as Ukraine ascended diplomatically, it remained grounded in the realism of suffering. In Kyiv, when foreign dignitaries spoke of new world orders, locals smiled politely. They had no patience for grand theories. For them, freedom's meaning was tactile, a loaf of bread not rationed, a night's sleep without sirens, a vote cast without fear. The high rhetoric of geopolitics was measured against the simple arithmetic of human life: to live free, to love without permission, to bury one's dead with dignity. In that humility lay Ukraine's most profound influence. It reminded the world that democracy's power lies not in its perfection, but in its persistence. Autocracies may dazzle with spectacle and control, but they rot from the inside out. Democracies stumble, argue, and fracture, but they repair themselves. The war had been proof. When faced with extinction, a free people can outlast an empire precisely because their strength comes from choice, not command. By the close of 2024, Ukraine's place in history was secured, but its role in the future was only beginning. It stood not as the front line of Europe, but as its heart. A nation that had rediscovered what the world had forgotten, that liberty must be earned again, each generation, from the ruins of complacency. In doing so, Ukraine had not only defended its sovereignty, it had reminded the planet what sovereignty truly means. And for the first time in decades, the phrase, "the free world," no longer sounded nostalgic. It sounded alive. There is no such thing as the end of a war, only the beginning of its remembering. Long after the front lines stabilize and the headlines fade, the real battle begins. The battle for memory. In Ukraine, this battle was sacred. The people who had fought and suffered refused to let their story be diluted by distance or rewritten by those who had caused it. Every burned village, every ruined church, every unmarked grave became part of a vast living archive. The war might one day cease, but its echo would be curated, guarded, and told. Across the country, memorials rose, not triumphal, but truthful. In Bucha, where innocents had been executed in plain sight, an open-air museum stood in silence. Photographs of the victims, encased in glass, faced the sky. Visitors walked through without speaking, the only sound the wind through trees that had witnessed it all. In Mariupol, the ruins of the theatre where hundreds had died beneath the word "children" scrawled in white remained untouched, preserved as testimony. "We do not rebuild this," said one curator. "We preserve it so no one can ever say it did not happen." The Institute of National Memory, once a bureaucratic agency, became a moral institution. Historians, journalists, and survivors collaborated to document war crimes with precision. Digital archives stored millions of testimonies, satellite images, and personal diaries. Each record was a defense against erasure, a line of code written against forgetting. The motto of the Institute was short and final: "Truth is armor." The pursuit of justice became the second front of Ukraine's post-war life. The International Criminal Court in The Hague, joined by special tribunals, began issuing indictments against Russian commanders and officials. Names once whispered in fear appeared on public warrants. While many perpetrators remained beyond reach, their impunity was broken. History's verdict had begun, and even dictators could no longer count on invisibility. "It will take decades," one prosecutor said, "but justice has already started breathing." In Kyiv, the Museum of the War for Independence opened in 2026. Its design was austere: concrete walls, sharp light, and rooms filled with fragments: helmets, burned passports, torn diaries. One exhibit displayed a child's blue backpack found in Bucha, its zipper rusted, its contents, a notebook and a toy soldier, preserved behind glass. The description beneath read simply, "Age 9. Dreamed of becoming a pilot, it drew more tears than any speech could. Memory, however, was not only national, it was human. Across the world, communities adopted Ukraine's cause as part of their own moral geography. Schools in Europe taught units on the war. Memorial concerts in Asia raised funds for survivors. Refugee families told their stories in towns far from home. The Ukrainian tragedy had transcended geography. It had become a mirror in which humanity examined itself. And yet, within Ukraine, remembrance was complicated. Not all wounds healed in unison. Some veterans resented politicians. Some civilians resented soldiers. Some regions struggled to reconcile survival with guilt. The truth was too large for harmony. "Memory divides before it unites," said one sociologist. But without division, it cannot heal. The debates over how to remember, how to teach the war, how to honor it, how to prevent it from defining the future, became the new national dialogue. This was democracy at its most painful and most authentic. Meanwhile, Russia's official history machine continued to distort and deny. Propaganda reframed atrocities as fabrications, invasions as defense. But denial, like tyranny, ages badly. The truth spread not through institutions but through people, refugees, dissidents, hackers, and mothers of the fallen. The cracks widened from within. The empire's greatest fear was not defeat, it was honesty. The memory of Ukraine's suffering also reshaped the world's moral language. The phrase, "never again," long emptied by repetition, regained urgency. International law, once cautious, began to evolve. New frameworks for digital evidence, ecological war crimes, and reconstruction reparations emerged. The concept of justice itself expanded, from punishing the guilty to protecting the future. For the first time in generations, morality was being modernized. But for most Ukrainians, justice was not found in courts. It was found in continuity. Every graduation, every harvest, every wedding became an act of quiet resistance against oblivion. The living were their own memorials. "We cannot bring them back," said a mother at her son's grave, "so we live the life they were denied." Her words echoed across the nation, unspoken but understood. Poets wrote of the dead not as victims, but as guardians. They called them those who hold the sky. In the evenings, when sirens occasionally pierced the calm, people looked upward, not in fear, but in recognition. The dead, they believed, were watching, not from heaven, but from history, ensuring the world did not forget what was won and what it cost. By 2027, the Memorial March had become an annual tradition. Millions walked silently across Ukraine, carrying candles through city streets. The march ended every year in Independence Square, where a single bell tolled for each day of the war. No speeches followed, no banners waved, only silence. The same silence that had once fallen after the first ceasefire, now transformed from mourning into meaning. That was Ukraine's truest act of justice, not vengeance, not even victory, but remembrance uncorrupted. The world could legislate accountability, could deliver verdicts, but only Ukraine could preserve the memory of its truth. And that, perhaps, was the final defeat of empire. That even in ruin, the people it sought to erase became eternal through memory. When history speaks of Ukraine, it will not speak only of war. It will speak of a nation that turned catastrophe into clarity, that taught the modern world, numbed by convenience, what freedom truly costs and why it must never be taken for granted. The war, horrific and unending in its reach, did something that peace had failed to do. It reminded humanity of its moral muscles, of its capacity for courage when there is no alternative but surrender. In those years of fire and frost, Ukraine became more than geography, it became philosophy. A living demonstration that democracy, stripped of luxury and rhetoric, survives on two conditions: truth and will. Every Ukrainian who refused to flee, who taught children under candlelight, who rebuilt homes before the dust settled, embodied that will. And every one of them taught the rest of the world what it means to be free when freedom is no longer abstract. Freedom, Ukraine showed, is not comfort. It is discipline. It is choosing to wake each day and fight for the right to remain human. It is the soldier standing guard in sleet because the line must hold. It is the journalist writing in bomb shelters because the record must survive. It is the grandmother boiling tea over a candle because warmth is defiance. Freedom in Ukraine was no longer a system. It was a habit of the soul. For nations watching from afar, this realization was transformative. The myth that democracy was inevitable, that history marched naturally toward liberty, collapsed overnight. Democracies learned that they were not permanent. They were perishable. They could decay, weaken, or die. Not from invasion alone, but from apathy, from forgetfulness. Ukraine's example was a vaccine against that forgetfulness. It reminded free societies that their comfort rested on invisible guardians, values that must be renewed, not inherited. In lecture halls and parliaments, thinkers began speaking of the Ukrainian paradigm, a new political philosophy born not in books, but in bunkers. It proposed that resilience is the modern measure of democracy, not wealth or power. The war had shown that truth, courage and community could withstand missiles in ways money never could. We were rich, one European observer said, but they were free, and that made all the difference. The Ukrainian Renaissance, as cultural critics began calling it, spread far beyond politics. Artists, filmmakers and musicians used the language of survival as aesthetic. Their work, raw and luminous, captured the paradox of light in ruins. A Ukrainian composer's symphony titled Ashes and Light premiered in Vienna in 2026. It began with discordant explosions of sound, then softened into a fragile melody played on a single violin. When it ended, the audience sat in silence before standing, because they knew applause was too small a gesture for what it meant. That was Ukraine's final lesson to art. That beauty does not deny pain. It redeems it. In Kiev's cafes, the talk of future generations was not just rebuilding, but belonging. Ukraine had joined Europe not by treaty, but by testament. Its suffering had fused it with the continent's conscience. It was no longer asking to be included. It was defining inclusion itself. The line between East and West had blurred, not through diplomacy, but through empathy. For the first time in modern memory, the world's heartbeat from the Dnipro. And yet, even amid pride, humility remained. Ukrainians knew that history's attention was fleeting. They did not seek sainthood. They sought stability. The dream was simple and profound: a home without fear, a vote without coercion, a night without sirens. Peace, said one teacher, is not the opposite of war. It is the opposite of forgetting. That phrase entered textbooks and murals, a proverb for the century. By 2030, Ukraine's transformation had become the subject of study worldwide. Economists marveled at its recovery, philosophers at its endurance. The phrase Ukrainian resilience entered global vocabulary, describing not just a nation's survival, but a new template for human dignity under siege. It was no longer a story of East versus West, or democracy versus dictatorship. It was about the eternal contest between fear and faith, between cruelty and compassion. Even the old adversary, Russia, could not escape the reflection Ukraine cast. Within its borders, cracks widened. The regime's myth of destiny dissolved beneath the weight of truth. One day, whether soon or far, the empire that had tried to erase Ukraine would face its own reckoning. History, patient but precise, always collects its debts. For the rest of the world, Ukraine's endurance carried both warning and gift. The warning that evil, left unanswered, grows bold. The gift that courage, when shared, multiplies. The war had shown that solidarity was not sentiment, but strategy. That empathy could fortify borders as surely as weapons. That truth, when spoken by the powerless, can outlast lies told by kings. And so, when the first true spring came, when the trees of Kiev bloomed white and pink, when the soldiers returned to plant seeds instead of mines, when laughter rose again from parks once empty, the nation stood between ashes and light. It had seen the worst of humanity and chosen to remain human. It had taught the world not how to win wars, but how to survive them without becoming what one fights. At sunset in Independence Square, an eternal flame burns beside a plaque engraved with the words, "We lived through the darkness. We remembered who we were, and we walked toward the light." That is how Ukraine's story ends and begins again, not with victory parades or signatures, but with the quiet endurance of a people who refuse to be forgotten. A reminder to every nation, every era, that freedom's truest anthem is not sung in triumph, but whispered in perseverance. For when the smoke clears and the world grows silent, what remains is not the roar of war, but the steady heartbeat of those who survived it, and chose still to believe in the light.